at the North American debut of one of the genre's most celebrated artists. Gil Reyes shows us a new exhibit at Japan House, Los Angeles.
He's not a household name in the U.S. yet, but artist Naoki Urasawa is considered by many to be the modern master of Japanese manga, or comics. We spoke to fans in Hollywood.
Monster is easily one of the best mangas of all time.
In his work, many of his work, it goes around the world, showing different cultures, people from different backgrounds.
Japan House Los Angeles, located in the Hollywood and Highland complex, is proud to present this exhibit through March. And the beauty is, even if you can't understand Japanese, the panels are all in English, so Americans can come and truly appreciate them.
The reader's always ready to turn the page or wanting to turn that page to see what happens next.
Curator Trask Howard describes the popular series Monster, a morality tale about a surgeon who saves the life of a serial killer.
What Urasawa is so good at is that he throws in these twists that you don't expect.
Urasawa has sold over 127 million books in Japan alone. He's nominated for an Eisner Hall of Fame induction at Comic-Con this year, an honor usually reserved for American comic book creators like Stan Lee. Urasawa's works, such as 20th Century Boys dealing with terrorism, can be dark, but he has lighter fare too.
Yawara is a story about a young teenage female judo athlete, influenced interest in not only the sport, but a particular judo athlete.
When real-life judo champ Ryoko Tamura represented Japan in the 1992 Olympics, the public embraced her as the real-life Yawara. It was also a time when more Japanese women began entering the workforce and establishing their independence.
And what was actually happening in Japan in the society at the time, and I think that's what really piqued everyone's interest.
Historical events influencing fiction. This is manga, the art of Naoki Urasawa in his first North American exhibit. That's at Japan House at the Hollywood and Highland complex at 6801 Hollywood Boulevard.
Want to check out more cultural events from Japan House? Learn more at japanhouse.jp. What do you get when you mix hundreds of volunteers, hundreds of cookies, and hundreds of goodie bags? Well, Big Sunday's annual Valentine Making Dinner, of course. This nonprofit is all about putting a smile on the faces of those less fortunate. Take a look.
Today is our 7th annual Big Sunday Valentine's Day. Nobody should be forgotten on Valentine's Day. Making cards, we're making little gift bags. There's tons of chocolate going on and flowers going on. And all these nice people have come here to make Valentines for other people. Old folks, people in shelters, people in group homes, veterans, people who are ailing.
I was specifically thinking about some of the people in hospitals and maybe even nursing homes because my dad just moved into a nursing home a year ago. And so for me, it's really personal because when I get to go visit him, I see how few of those people have families all around them or are getting, things for the holidays.
We're just here to help out and have fun.
I believe that it's a wonderful thing to teach our kids to give back to those less fortunate than ourselves, and it just makes you feel so good. It fills your heart.
If it brightens somebody's day by looking at a simple card, by just saying we care or love you, that makes my day.
When we do something because we feel like we have to, it kind of brings one energy to it. But when we do something because we know that we get something out of it too, I don't know, I think it just infuses everything with just that fun and loving energy that we can put more of in the world.
We call it Big Sunday because we used to be one day a year on a Sunday, but we have grown. We first became a weekend and then a 3-day weekend. Now we do things 365 days a year. The idea is that absolutely everybody has some way they can help somebody else. We connect people through helping.
We're all really connected, no matter what we look like or where we are in our life. There's something that just runs through all of us.
And over in Sylmar, hundreds of seniors also got some well-deserved TLC as Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez hosted a Valentine's Day ball in their honor. Let the dancing begin.
We have arrived in Funky Town, the great community of Sylmar, hosting a day of dining and dancing for some 400 seniors on Valentine's Day. Many of the guests are longtime married couples like Jose and Linda Anaya.
When you first saw her, what did you think? She's mine.
It took a little while, but I totally fell in love with them and still in love with them today.
Older adults loving life and each other at Palacio Torres Banquet Hall. This party was thrown by Sylmar Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez.
It really is a unique opportunity for me to bring together all of the seniors from around my district, because each of the senior centers are located in different parts of the community, that we bring them all here together to celebrate Valentine's Day, show a little love, and bring some of the resources that are available to them, whether it's advising them on their Medicare options or just all the variety of service providers that we have.
A little wet weather outside didn't stop these older adults from stepping in out of the rain and onto the dance floor for a day all to themselves. So our seniors, God bless them, they bring to us a wealth of experience. I asked some of them on this Valentine's Day, what is the secret to everlasting love? You're opposites.
Yeah, we're opposite. He's quiet and I'm the I act too much.
That's the secret.
Yeah.
You have a good match there.
Yeah.
What's your secret, sir?
Say yes.
Oh, so smart. Isn't he sweet? Yeah.
Raul and Barbara Fontanills have been happily married for 54 years. They're also the in-laws of Councilwoman Rodriguez.
We love her like a daughter.
And it helps a lot to be family-oriented.
Yeah.
It has keeping us together.
Always be affectionate to each other. A lot of times that goes away in a marriage, and I think it needs to be that way till the day you die. Always and forever.
Electric Lodge is an environmentally friendly cultural arts hub and educational center in Venice. We recently took a tour with the Electric Lodge founder, Joel Shapiro.
The Electric Lodge started in 1996. I started it then. I rebuilt the whole building, and it's been going ever since. It's a visual and performing arts center and environmental center. We have theater, dance, music, film festivals, all kinds of performance art. We have classes 7 days a week and theater upstairs. This is a solar-powered space. We produce about a third of our power on the roof, and we buy only green power from DWP.
The Electric Lodge is a wonderful place. It's benefited so many young students. The vibe is good.
Tonight we're putting on a variety show called Next 10. So that's one of the things we do here every first Monday of the month. We have 10 people participating for 10 minutes each. And it's a really cool and fun audience participation type show that almost anyone can enter.
Unfortunately, people know almost nothing about the Electric Lodge, and that is such a shame because it's such a great community venue. And there is a parking lot. There is a parking lot in Venice. So if you do not live in Venice and you think to yourself, no, I am not going to Venice to see anything, come to the Electric Lodge because it's got its own lot. You don't have to worry about it.
Batters up! Did you know there was a Wrigley Field in Los Angeles? As part of African American Heritage Month, Councilmember Curran Price joins us for a tour of the stadium's impact on our community.
The original Wrigley Field opened on September the 29th, 1925, in the heart of Council District 9, on the corner of Avalon Boulevard and 42nd Place. It was constructed by William L. Wrigley, Jr., the founder of Wrigley's Gum and owner of the Chicago Cubs. It was built at a cost of just under $1 million. It hosted Major League Baseball teams in the region for over 30 years. Wrigley Field was home to the Los Angeles Angels during their inaugural season in 1961. Over the years, Wrigley Field hosted rodeos, concerts, fireworks, and other special events. The ballpark was even used as a backdrop for several Hollywood films about baseball, as well as the popular TV series Home Run Derby.
Foul ball way down the left field line, and that's all in the second inning. Harmon Killebrew picks up a home run and leads Mickey Mantle in the Home Run Derby contest at the end of an inning and a half of play by a score of 1-0.
On May 26, 1963, Martin Luther King was at Wrigley Field to address nearly 40,000 people at one of the largest civil rights rallies in the country, predating the famous 1963 March on Washington by almost 3 months. Wrigley Field is still remembered as the place where Dr. King stated, "Birmingham or Los Angeles, the cry is always the same. We want to be free."
Birmingham, Alabama, or Los Angeles, California, the cry is always the same. We want to be free.
His efforts that evening to connect Los Angeles to Birmingham helped to raise significant and desperately needed funds for the March on Washington and to assist in supporting the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. In 1969, Wrigley Field was demolished. In its place now exists the Gilbert Lindsay Community Park, the Teresa Lindsay Senior Center, and the Kedron Community Health Center. As we celebrate African American Heritage Month, we not only pay tribute to individuals, but also celebrate the locations where historical events help to define our legacy and change American history.
Councilmember Paul Krikorian hosts a community town hall. Get ready to catch some air at a new skate park and learn how to raise funds for your nonprofit. All this in City Beat. Councilmember Paul Krikorian recently hosted a town hall meeting in North Hollywood, which allowed community members direct access to the LA Department of Public Works. One goal was to make residents aware of available programs and services they may not be taking full advantage of.
To hear from them directly about what is important in their neighborhood, what's important in their community.
In South LA, the CD9 Business Resource Center presented a forum on funding for nonprofits. The event featured presentations by several leading foundations and included panel discussions, Q&As, and more.
I came here because we're a nonprofit organization and we're always looking for funding sources.
And now you can catch some air of your own. Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell broke ground on the new Chevy Chase skate park. When complete, the park will feature 8,000 square feet of spiffy concrete skate features as well as improvements to the surrounding areas. Happy Lunar New Year! It was a melting pot of Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese culture as thousands of folks came together for the 120th Golden Dragon Parade.
I want to wish everybody Gung Hai Pat Choi a great and prosperous New Year here in the greatest Chinatown in the United States of America. Great Happy New Year. Also, it's the year of the pig, and it's a very social pig. It's about reminding us to get together with our neighbors, with our community, with our country and the world together in peace and harmony.
This is an incredible time, steeped in deep traditions and history, but a holiday that we're all looking forward with great optimism and positivity.
It's so nice to see everybody coming together as a community to celebrate such a momentous occasion for the new year.
Enjoy an evening of music that includes a vacuum cleaner? Listen to some live jazz at a pop-up, and if you love chocolate and art, you won't want to miss this show. All this and things to do. And the beat goes on as Compose LA brings you Leah Mooney's Flatland. This latest music symposium is happening at the Coaxial Arts Foundation. The presentation will include an examination of Leah Mooney's sound-driven investigation of materiality. Be sure to check out Compose LA, Leah Mooney's Flatland on Friday, February 22nd, beginning at 8 p.m. The Coaxial Arts Foundation is located at 1915 South Main Street. For more info, visit coaxialarts.org. Black History Month festivities continue with the Just Jazz live concert series. This free pop-up jazz event features performances by local jazz collective Catalyst and music from the Fernando Pullum Community Arts Center Jazz Ensemble. Swing by the Just Jazz Live pop-up event happening Thursday, February 21st at 6:30 p.m. The performance takes place at the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza on 3650 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. For more info, visit justjazzliveconcertseries.com. The Chocolate and Art Show returns to Los Angeles. Indulge in some of LA's finest up-and-coming artists, photographers, and creators. Enjoy live body painting, vendors, music, and free chocolate. It's all happening at the Chocolate and Art Show, Los Angeles, coming February 22nd and 23rd. The show will take place at the Vortex, located at 2341 East Olympic Boulevard. For details, contact chocolateandart@gmail.com. And that's a look at some things to do. Well, that's it for this edition. I'm Yana Kay. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more of LA This Week.
Prepare yourself for a fiesta on Olvera Street with Metrolink. All Metrolink trains are bike-friendly. Just remember to properly secure your bike. Take one of the 6 Metrolink lines to LA Union Station. Head west from the Metrolink terminal, and remember to walk your bike until you exit Union Station. Cross Alameda, and there you'll find Olvera Street, where you'll likely be greeted by traditional folk entertainment in the main plaza. Stop by the El Paseo Inn for a rich atmosphere and a unique Mexican dining experience. Be sure to check out the Avila Adobe, which lies in the heart of Olvera Street. The Avila Adobe is the oldest standing residence in Los Angeles. The house was used as a townhouse and was donated to the city in the 1920s. Since then, it has been a museum for over 80 years. Be sure to lock up your bike at one of the city's many bike racks. Cross Main Street and head over to the Old Plaza Church, also known as La Placita. The church was founded in 1814 and is a California historical landmark. Right next door is La Plaza de Cultura y Artes. Their mission is to cultivate and celebrate the Mexican American and Mexican culture in Los Angeles. The second floor recreates Main Street in the 1920s. With Metrolink, you can explore historic Los Angeles.
morning. I want to welcome everybody to this council. This council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. The public is welcome. Madam Clerk, we have a quorum. Would you please call a roll?
Blumenfeld, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, Heristason, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rodriguez, Rue, Smith, Wesson. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Martinez moves. Price seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Bloomingfield moves and Bonin seconds. That brings us where?
Mr. President, today is Tuesday and time for the flag salute.
Why don't we all rise? We'll be led today by Mr. Rue.
Please stand, put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Rue. Let's run through the agenda.
Mr. President, items 1 through 4 are items noticed for public hearing. There are cards on all 4 items.
Then let's move on to the next section.
Items 5 through 18 are items for which public hearings have been held. There is a request to hold item 13 on the desk.
Let's hold that and prepare to vote on the remaining items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
Ten ayes.
Okay, continue.
And Mr. President, for the record, the ordinance for item 8 will be held over 1 week to February 26 unless reconsidered with 12 members present.
Thank you.
Item 19 is an item for which a public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, so without objection, that item is now before this body. Do you have cards on this item?
Yes, there are cards on this item.
That brings us where?
Mr. President, that takes council back to presentations, items called special or general public comment.
Okay, I want to quickly do multiple comment. I want to ask Ms. McAllister to come forward. Okay, you get 2 minutes, Ms. McAllister, 1 for item 19 and 1 for general public comment.
Yes, item 19, resolution relative to establishing the city's position regarding House Resolution 109 and Senate Resolution 59, consecutively known as the Green New Deal outline. Now, I'm looking here at your agenda, and for people who don't have the web and can't get on a computer, when they walk in here, they don't know what this is or what you're talking about. On these agendas, you should have some explanation of what this is. All you say is House Resolution 109 and Senate Resolution 59, Green New Deal. So you need to do some more explaining about these agenda items. Also, on your website, you listed that marijuana meeting last week as being held in the council, and then right after that you said it was canceled. Okay. It was not canceled. You had the meeting. So we need to get this together about this.
Okay, let's give her 1 minute.
My 1 minute. According to Business Daily, California lost 1,800 companies since 2016 because of high taxes and excessive regulations and California's new California Immigrant Worker Protection Act. Now, this law says it is a crime for companies to follow the federal immigration laws. Also, according to Investor Business Daily, 138,000 people who live in California left California in 2017. Now, the Center for Disease Control, let's talk about these drugs that this Democratic Council is allowing to come into not only California, but the Senate and the House in Washington through the United States. Altogether, white folks are dying like crazy. Over 100,000 white folks have died from opiate overdoses in the last 3 to 4 years. This is very serious. Now, this council wants the borders open so they can get more marijuana in here, more child prostitution, and I believe this council, these Democrats are making money with the drug cartels.
Thank you. Let's get Mr. Previn and Madam Clerk, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Previn.
It appears Mr. Previn is not here.
Okay, so Mr. Previn, this is the last call for Mr. Previn. Then that will conclude our multiple comment for today. Okay, we have 12 members. Why don't we reconsider the ordinances?
And that is item 8.
Okay, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, now let's actually vote on the item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate.
13 ayes.
All right, that's approved. Phoenix Goodman, please come forward. John Pelzer, Roger Wolfson, come forward.
One second, sir. One second. Hold on.
Go right ahead. General public comment.
Hi, my name is Roger Wolfson. I'm Commissioner of Animal Services for Los Angeles. I wanted to say congratulations to the council for passing the fur ban. I want to congratulate the city for that. Particularly, I want to recognize the leadership of Bob Blumenfield, who has been absolutely outstanding on this issue. Leadership really means risking something. And issues related to the safety and welfare of animals have not always been popular. And it takes leaders like Bob Blumenfield, like Mitch O'Farrell, like Paul Koretz, to stand up and say something needs to be done, even when they're not sure that it's going to go over well. And when it does go well, when progress is really made, it gives us all a reason to reach deeper and go higher and be better people and be a better citizens and be a better community. So I'm proud of this measure. I'm proud of this body, and I'm very proud today to be a member of the Los Angeles community. Thank you.
Next.
Good morning. My name is Phoenix Goodman. I'm one of the founders of the Public Bank LA movement, which the council so graciously supported recently. Because in the same vein of a visionary governance taking responsibility over the well-being of its people and the ethics of its economy, a Green New Deal is integral in these changing times for the leadership to adapt to the pressing needs of this time. The first Green New Deal was significant in taking us out of the Great Depression, improving infrastructure, increasing employment, and improving overall well-being for the people. Today, we stand on the precipice of what many economists and even Wall Street hedge fund managers say and are predicting will be another crash and a recession or possibly depression in the foreseeable future. So let's not wait for things to get worse. There's no doubt in my mind that the Green New Deal is on the right side of history. And even though it is visionary, it is common sense. So please be on the right side of history on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. I'm John Pelzer, a 36-year resident of Los Angeles. Last week, Mayor Garcetti canceled plans to repower 3 natural gas locations. He declared it the beginning of the end of natural gas in Los Angeles. Today, you have the opportunity to make Los Angeles an ally in the national fight it is already leading, the fight for a green, sustainable future. You can do this by passing the resolution before you in support of the federal Green New Deal, and I urge you to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to request that Ms. Martinez
Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and close general public comment. Mr. Wesson, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm going to ask my special guest to come on up. You too, Joey. Are you a special guest? Anyway, Madam President and members, is there something wrong with the screen? I know some days I have on blue, but not a blue screen. Anyway, this month we've been celebrating Black History Month. And when we started our program on February 5th, it was an unbelievable event. We celebrated African Americans in the media. It's called Blacks in Cinema. On the bridge, all of the people that are here, before you leave, please go to the bridge and see this display. Growing up as a kid, I had an opportunity to see so many of the actors that we had here on February 5th. It was like a dream come true for a person like me to see the stars from the 70s. You name it, we had it, from the Fred the Hammer Williamson to Ted Lange of the Love Boat and Judy Pace, and I could go on and on. But during that presentation, it was so crazy, and I was so starstruck that I forgot to mention an individual that was instrumental in making sure that this occurred. The lady to my right, her name is Joanne Turman, who just happens to be married to a guy who's a friend of mine named Glenn, that many of you may have seen on the silver screen and on television. But when we talked to her, she reached out and brought about 25 actors from that era to this council chamber. Could we give Joanne a round of applause? During that time, one of my favorite actors, thank God he was out working, so that's why he was not here. But I do want to present to you an individual that has worked consistently and that many of you know. From the House of Lies, where he played the father and the grandfather, to The Wire, an acclaimed television series that people debate to this day may have been one of the greatest television series of all times. In that series, he played the mayor. I think it was Mayor Boyce. But Mayor Boyce was defeated in his re-election by a character named Garcetti. Rhymes a little bit with Garcetti. So in Baltimore, Councilman Garcetti became the mayor. I first became a Glenn Turman fan back in 1977. They used to have made-for-television movies. And there was a movie called Minstrel Man, Minstrel Man, where he played a brother. He and his brother were performers back in a day when white performers would dress in blackface. And I remember telling my mom, boy, this guy can act. I never imagined that one day I would get to know him, and be able to call him my friend, my dear friend. Let's give a round of applause for Emmy-winning performer Glenn Turman. One other thing I want to say, and I want to ask him to say a few words. When we brought in all of those people on February 5th, I don't know if it was because of the times and how hard it was for us as black people to get jobs in the movie industry and the television industry, but it seems like so many of them, because of what they had to go through, they just become natural leaders in our community, and they do what they can to try to make the lives of our young people better. They try to open up the doors for our young people, and I mean just about every one of them are still engaged in our community. The thing that's so special about these two people that are standing with me today is they're a nonprofit organization, Nine Winds Ranch Foundation, where they actually take children, and this is big for me because I've been doing it for 14 years. They take children on a camping experience second to none. I don't know if you've ever heard of a Dude Ranch. This is their version of a Dude and Dude-S Ranch. And that's where the children learn how to ride horses, rope horses, and they learn how to do just about everything that cowboys did. Plus, they let them swim and have fun as well. But not only is he very successful, and Joanne is the power behind all of this, the force, they recognize the importance of giving back. And so when Glenn was working and when he came back, I wanted to bring them back for two reasons: to let each and every one of you know just how much work Joanne put into making February 5th a huge success, and I also wanted to recognize one of the finest actors that I've ever known. So with that said, Albert, and let's give Albert Lord a round of applause because Albert works with Joanne. So I'd like to, as I did with about 30 of your colleagues on February 5th, Glenn, I'd like to present you with this from the City Council. Thank you, my brother, and keep on keeping on. One more round of applause.
And Mr. Weston, we have a member on the queue as well.
Somebody else wants to speak.
Mr. Price.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. President, thank you for bringing Glenn and Joanne to us again. And let me just point out, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the ranch that they bring hundreds of kids to several times a year. That's not their only philanthropic endeavor. I know of at least one housing organization they serve on, the board on. In fact, they're doing a project in my district. But just underscores the fact that they both are always willing to give, to share, and to inspire, and you do that both. So thank you for all you do, to both of you.
Thank you, Councilman Price. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chamber. Thank you, my wife, who is really, as you can see, the wind behind the sails there. She makes it all keep going, keeps it moving. I always find myself saying every time I try to get out, I'm pulled back in. I haven't been in this business almost 60 years now, show business. But I can't thank you enough, Mr. President, for recognizing the work that we actors of the 70s were able to contribute to this field of show business in this wonderful town, Los Angeles, and in particular, Hollywood. We tried to make a significant dent in inclusion. It was not easy. Some of the people that you had here that speaking were pioneers in every sense of the word. To continue and to still be on the forefront at this late date is something I never thought would be happening for me, but I see I'm still here. Lord, thank God. And to be acknowledged for that work as Blacks in Cinema is an honor that, frankly, you know, you do something so long, you don't think about it anymore, you know. And thank you for this recognition, sir. Camp Giddy Up is something that good Lord gave me a partner with whom I would not have been able to manifest that particular dream of helping children to realize something that they didn't even think that was in their realm of possibilities. And my wife Joanne and I have celebrated 27 years of Camp Giddy Up now, and it was a promise to, thank you, it was a promise to Coretta Scott King right after the civil unrest here in LA when she had a conference bringing many pillars of the community to a conference in Atlanta and asking what did they think they could do to better the situation, ease some of the tensions that were plaguing our cities at that time. And I stupidly blurted out that I was going to start a summer camp, and my wife kicked me under the table, and she asked me when. This is Coretta Scott King. I said, well, when are you going to do that, Glenn? And I said, I'm going to do it this summer. That was '92. And it was April. Summer was like next month, you know. But I was doing A Different World at that time, and we went to everybody in the cast and begged for money, and the cast came up with some change that we could put together something, and we went to the Boys and Girls Club and some Watts Willowbrook, and we went to the youth gang services, and we were able to find people who actually entrusted us with their children. And we tried to keep that honor that was bestowed upon us, and so far have been able to for the last 27 years, and it's one of the highlights of my endeavors, that's for sure. And so once again, I thank you all. I know my wife has got something to say. No? You got nothing to say? I can't believe that.
Just want to thank Council President Herb Wesson and our other friends that are here, as well as Albert Lord for this magnificent recognition and incredible display. Thank you. It was so well put together, and we just really appreciate it. I've heard lots of feedback from our friends. They were so honored because they've been in this business, a lot of them, a lot of colleagues of Glenn's for 30, 40, 50 years, and they never get recognized for being pioneers or trailblazers, especially the Black stunt men and women. Right. That was incredible. Yeah. And Babu from the Pan-African Film Festival. And so it was just really wonderful, and knock on wood, my husband was working then and about to go back to work next week. And so he had this week off, and so thank you, Council President Herb Wesson, and all of our esteemed council members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Koretz, I believe you have an announcement this morning.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the great pleasure of welcoming all our students participating in this year's Engineers Week. We have with us today CD5's Charnock Road Elementary, as well as Angeles Mesa Elementary, Carson Gore Academy of Environmental Studies, Pilgrim School, and Coldwater Canyon Elementary School. Let's give them all a big hand. For the past 5 years, the American Society of Civil Engineers has partnered with several city and county agencies to host the annual LA Engineers Week, and I'd like to thank the American Society of Civil Engineers for their months of preparation and applaud them for their great effort. And it gives me a lot of joy to know that hundreds of students, kindergarten through 12th grade, will be participating in this week and be inspired to pursue a career and in the STEM field, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And also with us this morning is Deputy City Engineer Ted Allen, who'd like to say just a couple words.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilmember Kretz and the full City Council for having us here for Engineers Week this week. It's great to be here. I'm representing City Engineer Gary Lee Moore, who unfortunately couldn't make it, but we definitely wanted to be here, so thank you. Engineering is more than just a job. It's an opportunity to reshape the communities that we live in, and in our case, the great city of Los Angeles. It's very exciting to work for the city of Los Angeles. The Bureau of Engineering manages $4 billion in active projects, almost 500 projects, so we do make a great difference. In this past year, we hired 94 new employees, 45% of which were women, which we're very proud of. And gender equity is very important to us. It's not easy because at college, unfortunately, we're still not to 50%, which we would like to see a 50% mark in college. So opportunities like this to outreach to the students at a younger level to encourage the girls and the boys to go into a rewarding job of engineering is great for our community. And so I just want to say thank you again.
Thank you, Ted, for helping us kick off Engineers Week. Hopefully this will inspire hundreds and hundreds of kids to go into these occupations, and maybe we have the next Elon Musk or Ray Bradbury, etc. here in our audience. So thank you, kids, for joining us, and we hope you'll go on to some great careers.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Where are my girl engineers? Where are you? Raise your hand, girls. Oh, come on, you can do better than that. Are there any girls in the audience? There you go. Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I just wanted to take a minute to thank Mr. Koretz and to give a shout out to Ms. Lushkin's 5th grade class from Coldwater Canyon Elementary, who's here, and welcome you to City Hall. And to all of the young people who are here, I want you to look up and look around for a minute and look at this magnificent building that you're sitting in. And you're going to see a lot of it today as you work your way around the building. And I want you to keep in mind that it took an engineer to figure out how to build this building. And this is where the City Council of Los Angeles has met since 1928. And when this building was going to be torn down because of earthquake concerns, it was an engineer, an immigrant engineer, who figured out how to replace the foundation of this building 1 foot at a time by lifting this building up and replacing the entire foundation without tearing it down. It took a civil engineer to do that. So all of you who are here, I hope you'll keep this in mind when you realize that engineering gives you an opportunity to leave a mark on the world around you. And each one of you can do that. So I hope you enjoy your day here, and I hope you're inspired to build a future career in science or engineering, because we need you. We need every one of you. So welcome to City Hall, and thank you very much for being here.
Mr. Harris Dawson, are you ready for your presentation?
All of us, all of us.
I thought you can get in.
Good morning, colleagues, and Madam President, thank you for allowing us to make this presentation today. I join with my colleagues, Council President Wesson and Councilmember Price, in being a part of a very robust set of Black History Month recognitions that we have every year. One of the ones that we do that I think is very, very important to make sure we call out every time we celebrate Black History Month is to call out the contribution and the role of Black women in the struggle to build our community and to build Los Angeles. And so today we present our annual Black Women's Day. From the founding of the city, the 44 people that founded the city of Los Angeles, a good portion of them were women of African descent. to women who served on this body, Councilwoman Rita Walters and Jan Perry, and folks who've helped lead our city over the years. We have Commissioner Olivia Mitchell, who's somewhere. There she is. We should give her a big round of applause. She's helped build what we have today. And one of our newest and most dynamic department leaders, Kat Packer, is here today. Let's recognize her as a leader in our city. And today we're proud to have as our main honoree somebody who helps us build the kind of city that we all aspire to be. I am proud to recognize and honor today one April Verrett, the leader of SEIU 2015. April is one of the most awesome labor leaders anywhere in the country. She came to us several years ago from the Midwest, where she led one of the biggest unions in the Midwest, and she came to Los Angeles and not only became a labor leader, but became a community and civil rights and justice leader. And so recently, we celebrated her inauguration as the new leader of SEIU 2015. Again, one of our most important unions. Those of us who've been around for a minute, we remember Ophelia McFadden. A lot of us remember LaFonza Butler, and we still work with LaFonza to today. April, in her leadership in this union, has made sure that SEIU 2015 doesn't just show up when it's to argue about their particular paychecks. They show up for the minimum wage for every worker in the city of Los Angeles. They understand that quality of life doesn't stop when your work shift ends. So they've been a fighter for good transportation projects and making sure we have equitable education and making sure that relationships between law enforcement and the community are ones that we can all support. And so today we're very, very proud to honor and recognize the gift to the city of Los Angeles that is the president of SEIU 2015, our own April Verrett. All right, Madam President, I'm going to ask April to speak now, unless there are members on the queue. There's a member on the queue.
A little member on the queue. You know, I was blessed to have a relationship with Ophelia back in the day. And she helped me understand the importance of the people that she was fighting for, that she was representing. And so throughout my political career, I've always gravitated your way because it's my way. My wife, almost 30 years ago, performed care in-home supportive services for her mom. And she was given what I would consider then a stipend to do that. And when you go out and you talk to the people that you work with and the relationships that you've made with them is so special. And so whenever there is, members and Madam President, a fight that needs to be fought.
That's right. That's right.
You're always there. Even if it does not affect you immediately. The fight where the president stood up and asked this nation to raise the minimum wage, and we were the largest city to jump up and do that, and what we did here didn't have a direct benefit to your folk. But it was your organization partnered with the County Federation of Labor that changed not only the face of this city, but this state. So I am excited about you, but excited about your leadership, and cannot wait to work on a project together with you. Because, Madam President and members, you won't find better people. Why is it that sometimes the people that have the least are the people willing to give the most? Why is it that when you call on them and they say they're going to be there, you don't have to reach for your phone and say, where the heck are you? Because they're always there. Because they're special people and connected people, and they recognize that when they do well, we all do well. So we are just so, and look how beautiful they are.
Yeah.
They're diverse. They are the United States of America. And I'll just say this, they know how to party too. I saw you, Madam President. I saw you. I saw you do a little something when we had the party for you. But anyway, it's so glad. I'm so happy that you're here. I'm so happy that it is Black History Month that you're here. Because one thing about us as African Americans, when we open the door, we don't shut it. We leave it open so everybody, regardless of your race, your age, your sexual preference, so everybody can walk through. So anyway, Marquise, this was a good one. You beat me to the punch on this one. I trained him too well. Anyway, let's give him one more round of applause.
Mr. Cedillo, followed by Mr. Price.
Well, Mr. President, I've been very deferential to you, and young man, the same. First, let's start with Olivia Mitchell. Thank you so much. I worked under her some 35, 40 years ago. And then next, Ophelia McFadden, I knew. I could say she was a friend of mine to the extent anybody had a friend in Ophelia McFadden. And she was amazing because people would say she was a little crazy. And this idea of a home care workers union is a crazy idea. You need to know that, because when it began, she wanted to organize workers that didn't have an employer and they didn't have a work site. And people were saying, Ophelia, how are you going to organize these people? It's crazy. There's no employer of record. And then there's no work site. You're going to follow them to other people's homes? What are you going to do? I mean, it was an absolute, unthinkable, crazy idea. And it was perfect for Ophelia because she was going to make it happen. And it had an amazing start with stutters and starts and stops and with Audrey and everything going on. And she was running the local 434. And so she was really special, and then she made it happen, and it was amazing for it to happen. And then as she got a little bit up there, she moved, and they brought in David Roth, Rodolfo Barragan. Young David Roth and Rodolfo Barragan. He just retired. I mean, that's how long this was. And then he was here, and then Tyrone Freeman came in. And Tyrone Freeman came in and blew it up, even bigger. And, made it an incredible, powerful force. And then LaFonza comes in. Seemed to find the best talent from all over the country. I mean, really talented leadership. So, April, you got a legacy here. You've got, right? So LaFonza comes in. And then after LaFonza, of course, you're here. And we couldn't be more excited and happier for you and for the union, because the union is so special. And you know my affiliation with SEIU. That's where I began, and I had incredible women working for me, like Patsy Howard, who was my staff director, and Linda Dent, who's still a vice president, and an incredible staff of leadership there. But this union in particular is really special because home care workers take care of other people's loved ones at the most critical moments of their lives, the most stressful times. It's the home care workers that come in and bring calm and peace and love to each household that they enter. That is extraordinary. You guys should be exalted. You shouldn't be fighting for the minimum wage. You should be fighting for the maximum wage. Because nobody's work is more valuable to a family at the moment that you come in. You take the early bus. You're taking care of other people's children, other people's parents. At the most critical moment in a family's life, you're the caring hand. And so I'm so excited for you. I cannot love you and support you more. I know what you do, and I appreciate you. And April, you've got a cross to bear. You've got, I'm trying to find the word, a torch to carry, and to take this union forward and continue the great work that this union does, both within SEIU and throughout the nation, building a union for home care workers until the day that we're fighting for the maximum wage. God bless you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. Mr. Price, followed by Mr. Rue.
Thank you again, Madam President. Let me just say, first of all, Councilman Marquise Harris Dawson, thank you for honoring black women. We know what a special role black women play in our lives in City Hall and outside of City Hall. Certainly acknowledging Kat and Olivia, who is the sage and the real legacy of leadership here in our City Hall. Acknowledging them for the work they do inside, I think is very significant. And then also acknowledging the unique role, the very special role that April is playing with, let's forgive her again, as the president of SEIU 2015. As has been pointed out, the SEIU members care for those who can't care for themselves. I mean, you're the ones that are the first responders in lots of ways. And so we just appreciate the role, the historic role that the union has played. And we're excited at your presence here because you're going to take it to a different level. And so we're excited about your commitment, your drive, your leadership, your willingness to share and recognition that everyone needs to be involved in the process. And so we're excited to recognize you, excited for your leadership, and look forward to working with you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Mr. Rue?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councilmember Harris Dawson, for doing this presentation today and bringing forward SEIU 215. And congratulations, April, on your recognition today, as well as taking the leadership helm of SEIU 215. And something Council President Wesson said reminded me, because about 35 years ago, my mother, too, was also a home health care worker. And I remember it was one of her second, third jobs because she was able to work late at night. And I think back, when I was running for office, I was thinking back because I wanted to say, you know, we are a union family also, but we weren't because you didn't exist back then. And had you had existed, I think my mom probably didn't have to work 2-3 jobs. So, and, you know, your union represents some of the most underrepresented, underpaid, overworked members of our society that is doing most valuable, critical work, serving those who are the weakest among us in our society. So I commend you for what you're doing. You also have, I think, one of the strongest, largest Asian American contingencies. That's right. That's right. You know, that in any labor organization. So I want to also recognize that, and I want to thank you for what you do. And no pressure from what everyone said. You got big shoes to fill, but thank you so very much. And I know you're more than willing, more than competent to fill those shoes and go above and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rue. And before Valerie speaks, I just want to say the future is female, my friend. Congratulations to you. Mr. Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Our 2019 Black History Month Women's Day honoree, April Verrett.
So, thank you all. I am truly, truly deeply humbled and honored. And I just want to say I don't stand here alone. I stand here a part of an amazing union, mainly of women, 380,000 folks strong across the state of California, 180,000 of here, right here in Los Angeles County. And I really appreciate not just the honor today, but the entire Los Angeles community that has opened its arms and embraced me over the last 3 years. I truly appreciate it. I just want to say that I stand here today in the tradition, not just of Ophelia McFadden, not just of Verdia Daniels, but I stand here in the tradition of women like Harriet Tubman, of women like Sojourner Truth, of women like Maxine Waters, of women like Karen Bass, of women like Rita Walters, like Jan Perry. The list can go on and on. One thing you can say about Black women, and I'll take the honor today because we're honoring Black women, is that we get stuff done. Yeah. Right? We have always been the folk that got stuff done. My mama used to always tell me, I was raised by a grandmother who left Mississippi and made her way to Chicago for a better life. And she talked a lot about robbing Peter to pay Paul. And she talked a lot about life not being fair. That you do what you gotta do to make your way, you do what you gotta do to get by, and you work hard. And maybe one day, little girl, like you'll make something of yourself. And I think my mama would be proud today. I've made something of myself. And I have found a way to earn my living through my purpose. And it's to make my way with folks like my mama, right, who worked really, really hard every day, going to work, taking care of others, taking care of a son, taking care of his 2 children, because it was never enough to just do enough to get by. You always had to do more. It wasn't just your immediate family, it was your extended family. And that's why I love working with caregivers. It is because these women that are represented here and the 100,000s of others across California lead every day with love and have followed in the tradition of Ophelia and Verdia and built the most powerful labor union, built on love and built on giving care, that I am going to stand here today and claim that our world has ever seen. And we have been built for this moment. You are going to see 2015 take its rightful place at the head of a labor movement, and not the one that we have known, but a labor movement that is going to take workers in this country to the place where workers can stand up and be proud. No matter what the work we do, we will say all work deserves dignity, and we will demand it and we will own it. And we will be a women's union and a people of colors union, and we will be the organization that replaces those who cannot stand for working people in 2020 and beyond. And so yes, I have huge shoes to fill, but I don't do it alone. I do it with my partner in crime, Kimmy Vaughn, and Carmen Roberts, and Michelle Reed, and Maria Cibrian, and Julie Chow, and Sue Kim, and all of the other amazing members of this union. And I can only hope that one day people talk about my shoes the way they talk about Ophelia's shoes and Verdia's shoes. So thank you all very much for the honor.
Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Folks, this way, folks. This way.
members, let's go ahead and return to our agenda. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and continue item 4 to March 5th, and item 13 referred back to the Energy Committee. Without objection, that would be the order. Mr. City Attorney, do you have an announcement?
Yes, Madam President. So there were a few speakers who signed up for multiple items. As you know, multiple items were closed, as was general comment. But the people who have put in cards for items 1, 2, 3, or 19 may speak for 1 minute on one of the items.
Okay, items 1, 2, 3, and 19 are the only items you can speak on. Mr. Herman? You have 1 minute, sir. Followed by Antonia Ramirez and Mr. Previn.
Censorship's a fucking bitch, and this is how white nigger politicians too get away with shit like this. For the boulevard off of Florida Avenue. But as you know, we have better problems in Los Angeles. That's dealing with the denying that the fucking rats protest and confirm the assessment done by fucking Joe Buscaino, the stupid asshole who's blaming it on homeless people. What a jackass. These are the jackass that represent you, Angelinos. They're here to discuss business about accompanying an ordinance for street lighting. Well, the fucking street lighting is not helping solve the problem with the rats. Because if you had additional street lights, the fucking light would shine on those varmints like that stupid fucking pasty white attorney up there don't know shit about the Brown Act and violates our civil rights for 1 fucking minute. Fuck you, you uncircumcised Jew.
Ms. Ramirez? You're only speaking on items 1, 2, 3, or 19, and you have a minute, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and do my comments. Can we start I'm sorry, you started.
No,
Can we start?
General public comments have already, I've closed that earlier this.
I'm sorry, that's what I
Yeah, I'm
thought
sorry,
I
ma'am,
thought
you
we
should
still
been here
have
on time.
public comments.
You can only speak on items 1, 2, 3, and 19 for a minute.
So
I
do
closed
we?
general public comment at the beginning of our meeting.
So we no longer see you don't give us any advance warning. This is what I mean about censorship, ma'am. No, we come in 15 minutes late. Again, we come in 15 minutes late, and we don't even have the opportunity to address the hell we go through.
So,
we don't
Ms. Ramirez, please either speak to items 1, 2, 3, 19, or sit down.
Right. What I want to find out is public comments. Does that mean that we
okay,
are?
Madam President, the speaker's not on any of the items she's allowed to speak
Mr.
on.
Ramirez, are you going to get on topic, or I'm going to ask you to sit down?
Take your fucking 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker is Eric Previn. Mr. Previn? He was called earlier. He's not here. Anyone here by the name of Wayne S.S.? Wayne is not here as well. Okay, let's go ahead and take up items 1 through 1 through 3. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Blumenfield, are you ready?
In fact, you can bring the family, bring the whole group. I know you're here with your kids as well. All right. Come on up, everybody. Come on and get in the shot. So you're all right. Colleagues, Madam President, we're here for Jillian Barberie Breast Cancer Awareness Day. A lot of us here know Jillian Barberie as a larger-than-life personality from her long history in Los Angeles media. From co-hosting Good Day LA for almost 20 years to being seen nationwide on the NFL on Fox and heard every morning on AM 790 KABC, along with John Phillips in the Morning Drive, Jillian is truly a local legend. Originally born and raised in Ontario, California, she is a proud resident of the West San Fernando Valley in my district, but her work expands beyond the studio. She has spent countless hours promoting charitable endeavors from cancer awareness to animal rights causes. Be pleased to know, before you got here today, we did the final step on passing the ban on fur here in Los Angeles, the final council step.
Nice.
Issue that she cares about. And throughout her career, she has made honesty and full public disclosure and transparency a hallmark of her storied and acclaimed media career. So when she was diagnosed with breast cancer last year, she stayed true to her credo. She decided to use the horrible news and try to raise awareness to help others. Over the following months, she took us on a journey by sharing her story every step of the way on social media, on her radio show, and doing that, going through that difficult, painful experience and doing it in such a public way is no easy feat. She underwent an aggressive treatment for breast cancer, and she has made her journey public so as to encourage, support, and honor the tens of thousands of women and their family members who are enduring the same challenge here in Los Angeles, around the country, and around the world. Let me share a few statistics about breast cancer. 1 in 8 women will develop invasive breast cancer during their lives, and 85% of breast cancer occurs in women with no family history of the disease. Over 3 million women in America have a history of breast cancer, including women currently in treatment. Besides skin cancer, breast cancer is the most commonly diagnosed cancer among American women. In 2019, it's estimated that about 30% of newly diagnosed cancers in women will be breast cancer. In 2019 alone, an estimated 268,000 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in women here in this country. Though the death rates have decreased over the past 30 years, 41,000 women in the U.S. are expected to die in 2019 from breast cancer. The reality is, and we talk about this during Breast Cancer Awareness Month, everyone here has been touched or affected by breast cancer. My own mother's life was spared because of early detection. And as Jillian will attest, early detection and access to health care truly is the difference between life and death. And before I ask Jillian to say a few words, I want to really thank you and thank her for taking us on this journey with her, publicly raising awareness about breast cancer in a way that no one except for you possibly could make that happen. We want to thank you for your courage and shedding light on this horrible disease. We're so grateful that you are now in recovery and doing so well. Let's give her a big round of applause. And I'd like to give you the microphone to say a few words.
Well, thank you so much, Councilmember Blumenfield, and everyone here at the LA City Council. I just want to say this is such an honor. And I was diagnosed actually during Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and from my mammogram to my double mastectomy was literally 14 days. So it was actually 8 days after my diagnosis. So it's quick, it's fast, and thanks to the radiologist, thanks to the oncologist, and everyone who spots it and sees it, because early detection is everything. So over 40,000 women, you said, are going to lose their lives, and I'm lucky to not be one of them because I had early detection. And listening here and sitting here earlier today, seeing how women-driven this is, it's so important for me to have this public voice to say to you, just get checked. It's 10 minutes. We do a margarita, mammogram, and mimosas party every year, and that's when I got checked, and that's when they found it. And, you know, without the support of my station, KABC, they let me go have my double mastectomy. I recovered, got some new boobs in the process. They're fabulous. And more importantly, I'm cancer-free. I'm undergoing chemo right now, and they were able, thank you to Drew Hayes and Don Girocco, were the ones who said, take all the time you need to get strong because your next battle is chemo, and that is a son of a gun. So I'm so thankful to be here today, and I just want to thank everyone who thought of me to do this, and especially you, Bob. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the attention that I'm so lucky that so many women have reached out to me on social media. Thousands of women have gone through this, are going through it, or about to face it. And it's really the unknown, and it's so scary. And I tell women, You know, I've been there, but early detection is everything. So if you can, 10 minutes of your time, get a mammogram, get a mimosa, call it a day, and it's early check, and you will be good. But I'm so thankful, and I want to thank my co-hosts, John Phillips and Randy Wang, and of course my former co-hosts, Steve Edwards and Dorothy Lucy, would kill me if I didn't say thank you to them, because he put up with me and my real boobs forever. And of course I want to thank my amazing kids, Rocco and Ruby, because without them and their support, I couldn't do this. So thank you so much to the LA City Council, and thank you so much to Bob Blumenfield. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Mr. Bloomfield, we have one member on the queue, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Bob, for doing this. You're certainly one of my favorite broadcasters, but it's so good to hear that you're doing so well. And it's really remarkable that you're bringing this to the attention of so many people, and so you will impact the lives of so many women while you're doing what you're doing. So I thank you for that. I also want to thank you throughout your career being so supportive of animals, one of my personal bents as well. You've saved the lives of so many hundreds of animals, and I appreciate that along with so many people who do. So thank you so much, and wish you good health for many, many, many years.
Great. Well, and I love the idea of mimosas and mammograms.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can make that a tradition. Maybe that'll help more people get checked.
Well, we started it actually when I was on the NFL, and we did it just all the makeup artists and all the women that worked there, because we were surrounded with men. And we were like, you know what, let's do this and have some fun once a year. And it started out 10 years ago, and we've been doing it ever since. And that's where I was diagnosed. So I'm really fortunate. I'm really thankful. Thank you so much, everyone.
Great. So please accept this recognition.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, members, let's move on to item 19. We have a couple of speakers on item 19. If I call your name, please come up to the rope. Andrea Leon Grossman, are you here? Ethan Sensor? Emilia Barros? You have 1 minute and you're speaking on item 19. Go ahead.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I'm here because I've seen how Wall Street has just been reigning over our economy, from energy to housing. And it's time for a green new economy for everyone so that everyone can be enjoying in it. As a Mexican immigrant, I've seen firsthand how unjust this economy is for everyone. From energy to housing, we need to make sure that the most vulnerable people can enjoy in this economy. And it's time for a Green New Deal, and I hope that each and every one of you supports a Green New Deal. I commend the mayor and the city on stopping the gas plants and going 100% renewable energy, but this goes beyond that. We need to make sure that it includes housing, and that means renewable materials for housing and housing the homeless. It includes also our infrastructure. Just last Sunday alone, we had 9 water main breaks. So we need to make sure that we have what it takes to embrace this Green New Deal. Thank you so much.
Next speaker. Ethan. Followed by Emilia.
Hello, my name is Ethan Sensor. I'm one of the LA Hub coordinators for the Sunrise Movement. We're a youth-led organization. Nationally, we've been some of the strongest supporters and champion a Green New Deal. For youth, this is not just a question of environmental politics or infrastructure, it's a question of survival. The question at this point is not whether we're going to decarbonize our economy, it's a question of how we're going to do it. We had some important guests in the meeting tonight, young students here for Engineers Week. We need to ask ourselves, are we going to create a livable future for them? Are we going to create the green jobs that we want these young engineers to someday fill? Youth across the world are standing up to be leaders in the climate movement, but we need political leaders as well. First, by supporting a national Green New Deal today with this resolution, and then by taking action for a local Green New Deal in Los Angeles. I hope that you support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Emilia Barros, followed by Maria Blunt. Are you here, Maria? Maria Blunt, followed by Aura Vasquez and Janine Ron. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amelia. It's a pleasure to be here. I feel like the question of supporting a Green New Deal is not so much do we support the Green New Deal, it's the question of what side of history do we want to be on. The Green New Deal is our future. We have a right to a livable earth, breathable air, drinkable water, green jobs for all, green dignified jobs for all who want it, and this is where the future is going. Science agrees, politics agrees, and it's really a matter of, again, how do we want to be remembered? What do we want our legacy to be? A Green New Deal is the future, and do we want to be the people who said, let's make it happen, or do we want the people to be the people who didn't? Thank you for your time, and let's support this thing. Thank you.
Next speaker is Maria Blunt, followed by Aura Vasquez and Janine Ron. Is Janine Ron here?
Mr. Previn, you weren't
Mr. Previn,
called.
I haven't called your name. Sit down, please, sir. Maria Blunt, are you here?
Mr. Previn, you're disrupting the meeting.
Next
The president's
speaker
asked you
is
to sit
Aura
down,
Vasquez.
please.
Mr. Previn, please sit down. Is Janine Ron here? Janine, are you here? Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Aura Vasquez. Some of you know me in my capacity as Commissioner for the Department of Water and Power, but I'm here as a citizen that wants to see more investments in our community, more green investments here. I hope that and urge you, all of you, to support the Green New Deal, because a federal funding that is going to decarbonize our economy would really trickle down to ours. Imagine you, for example, having more green jobs in your community, having more people employed, just anyone here, folks in the Valley, and just anywhere in Los Angeles. Last week, we took a huge step towards a much more renewable energy future for Los Angeles. And I hope that by you supporting a Green New Deal in a federal level, you can also adopt a Green New Deal here in Los Angeles. I commend Councilmember Bunning for bringing this, and the rest of you folks, and I hope that you can vote yes today. Thank you.
Next speaker, I'm going to call Janine Roth. And again, are you here? Followed by Mr. Previn. Mr. Previn, I'm calling your name. So, excuse me, we're on item number 19. You're either going to speak on this item or you're not. Go ahead. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Janine Roan,
can we hold the
and
speaker?
I'm an elected assembly delegate for...
Ma'am, can you hold on for just a second?
So we've got Mr. Previn shouting from the sides. I suggest we give him a warning, and if he does it again, he has to leave.
You heard that, Mr. Previn. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Hi, my name is Janine Roan, and I'm an assembly delegate, elected delegate to the Democratic Party for Assembly District 51. And it's Echo Park up through Eagle Rock down to East LA. A lot of our residents are affected by Exide as well. And I just think that with the announcement for the mayor last week taking on the Green New Deal, it's just a great, it gives us hope in the district for jobs and especially with all the development going on in the area, that we would be adhering to the future of future economy and jobs that is going in the right direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Previn, are you speaking on item 19?
Yes, it's Eric Previn, and these are constitutionally protected remarks, so please don't interrupt. I like the idea of an expansive green project, and I think that the board or the council is doing a a good job of studying these things. But I have to admit that the transparency is not great in a meeting where you're pulling special number one items and not providing the documents, and
Okay,
you're calling
Mr.
my cards when you know
You're
I'm in
not
the ethics
speaking to
commission.
the item.
And you can continue to speak over me because I'm recording it on my end, so the cutting the mic doesn't work anymore.
Mr. Previn, get back on the item, please.
Right, it's not green to pull paper meeting agendas, so the new Green Deal needs to put paper meeting agendas. A woman
No, Mr. Previn,
just
that's
came
not
up
on
to me
the
and said,
item.
"Where are the paper meeting agendas?" It's a
Madam
Green
President, I suggest we cut Mr. Previn's time. He's refused to get on topic.
Green Deal.
Mr. Previn, your time is up. You're not back on topic.
Okay, Mr.
Thank you very
Previn,
much.
you've been asked to sit down. Please do so. You're disrupting the meeting. And he's continuing to disrupt the meeting. I suggest we ask him to leave the meeting.
Okay, that concludes speakers on this item. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you to everybody who's here today. I rise today to ask that we vote to, as a city, support and throw the full weight of the city behind the Resolution 109 in the House and Senate Resolution 59, collectively known as the Green New Deal, a big and bold and ambitious and comprehensive plan to overhaul our economy in an equitable way to face the challenge of our time, which is climate change. It is a big and an ambitious plan, but it is one that is familiar to the people of Los Angeles and to the people of California, because so many of the elements of it have begun here or are underway here or are moving forward here. If you were to listen for around these chambers, you would hear the principles of the Green New Deal in this chamber constantly: combating climate change, creating jobs, addressing equity. If you were to look around this chamber or around the state legislature in Sacramento and see what we're doing or what we're working on, you would find many of the elements of the Green New Deal. The announcement the other day that the mayor made about not repowering the gas plants here in Los Angeles. The work this body has done on raising people up through approving the minimum wage. The work Mr. Koretz is doing on creating a climate department. The work that Ms. Martinez has done before and since joining the council in combating environmental racism and in fighting for transportation equity in Los Angeles. The work being done to green our port, Mr. Buscaino, or the work that Mr. Wesson and Mr. Harris Dawson and Mr. Price are doing to bring jobs to every corner of Los Angeles. The work Mr. Krikorian is doing to get us to 100% renewable energy. The plan that the mayor put out several years ago, the Sustainable Cities Plan, and the piece of legislation that I think is groundbreaking here in Los Angeles, working its way through the system, the Stand LA legislation, which would create a buffer zone between residences and any fossil fuel extraction. Those are all elements of the Green New Deal and what they should be nationally and what they should be here. What the Green New Deal does, essentially, is take what Los Angeles has been trying to do, what California has been trying to do, and make it nationwide, make it bigger, and make it go even faster. And we absolutely need to do that. We saw those children in here earlier. Most of us around this horseshoe are parents or grandparents. And we are killing our children. We are irreparably destroying the climate and the environment of this planet. And we are very soon, very, very soon, at the point of no return. We're already seeing wildfires and droughts and floods. Crops are going to no longer be producible. We are going to get to a point where certain climates are intolerable, and we will actually be seeing mass migrations. We do all sorts of things to support gun control because we do not like kids being gunned down in our schools. We have all probably supported greater nutritional standards for school menus because we do not want our kids poisoned in our schools. We have crossing guards to make sure that kids aren't run down crossing the street to school. But at the same time, as a society, we are not calling 911 and responding to the fact that there is a gun to the heads of our children and our grandchildren. And it is on us to act now and do it big. We need to call 911, and we need to actually have a fossil fuel disarmament. Now, some people say that the Green New Deal is too big, it's too fast, it's too comprehensive. The New Deal was big, and the New Deal was comprehensive, and the New Deal was experimental. It wasn't a single piece of legislation. It was a series of pieces of legislations to save this society and this country from collapse and to lift people up over the span of a generation. And that is what the Green New Deal is. Some people have mocked it and said, oh, it'll outlaw planes, as if providing clean and fast transportation would be the equivalent of outlawing planes. Providing an alternative is not outlawing planes. They've talked about how this would destroy jobs. There are far more jobs now, and there certainly will be in the clean energy industry than there are in coal extraction. And they say there's too much, that it's too broad. Of course, they do not want systemic change. They'd rather have us treat a symptom than the actual cause of a problem. And let's be clear, the fact that the biggest champion of this is a woman, is a Latina, and is a 20-something has a lot to do with why some people are opposing this so vigorously and so vociferously, because it's not her turn yet. Well, this generation is the one that is going to be living with the real-world impacts, and no one is more qualified to speak with urgency than a 20-something or a teenager. Nobody is more qualified to have their voices heard than these people who are going to actually be dealing with things that we will not be alive to see. So we're seeing a new energy out there. There's a sunrise movement. There is a group largely overseas but growing in this country called Extinction Rebellion. People who are standing up and saying we need to rebel against the extinction of our species. And we can do that by changing our economy, create green new jobs, and change how we fuel this country. So I'd like to stand with and for this generation, for our kids, for my son, for our grandchildren, to make sure that everybody across this country and this world has a good and decent job, and it's a job that is helping us contribute to a green economy and saving our planet and our species. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam President. I don't think I could say it better than Mr. Bonin did, so I'll keep my comments brief. Not only have we seen the disasters locally, statewide, but we've seen reports coming out at the state level, at the United Nations level, even from a federal government agency that mysteriously is still independent, that have all said we have a few years if we don't turn things around really dramatically, 40 or 50% reduction in greenhouse gases in the next, at most generous, 12 years, we may not have a human race in a few decades. That is a climate emergency. It's something that's been largely ignored at the federal level for decades, largely ignored by the media until relatively recently. Probably the most important thing about the Green New Deal is its branding. I think people can get their arms around the idea of doing something like an economic New Deal, but instead a New Deal to save the planet. It's important that LA takes this step in support and leads the way. I think a lot of people watch us, and every step we take in the right direction will be replicated throughout the country and throughout the world. So I think this is an important step. I'm proud that we are about to take it. Thank you, Mr. Bonin, for leading the way on this item, and I ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Wesson?
Thank you, Madam President and members. You know, no matter what we do, no matter how healthy we try to be, we are not going to live forever, which means we are the caretakers of this great country of ours. And we have a responsibility to leave a land where our children and grandchildren can thrive. And I just basically wanted to rise to say how proud I am of us as a council. Yes, this is ambitious, Michael, but that's what we do here. We're not afraid to fail. That's why we try things that are challenging. I can't remember what movie it was in, but there was a saying, something like, you don't fight the battles that you can win, you fight the battles that need to be fought. And this battle needs to be fought because it's for the future of not just this country, the planet. Because we all have learned that all eyes are always on LA. And we have a responsibility to lead the way, to lead it with pride. And even though this is something that is not going to occur overnight, it has to start somewhere. And regardless of who's leading what movement or where, when Los Angeles stands beside them, it gives a little extra muscle to the conversation. So I just want to rise to say that I am so proud to be a member of this council and so proud of all of us. And I know that we are going to do everything that we can to ensure that this conversation goes forward, because in order to make anything become a reality, it starts with a conversation. So with that said, I support this as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weston, and thank you, Mr. Bonnet and Mr. Koretz. And I also want to note that no one is more determined and qualified to fight against climate change than those of us who have lived with generations and generations of pollution and injustices in our communities. Communities like Mr. Weezar's and Mr. Cedillo's and Mr. Harris Dawson, Ms. Rodriguez, and Mr. Curran Price. We have all lived with the impacts of climate change generation after generation after generation. And no one should be left out of this conversation. It is time for all of us to unite and figure out a way to start with the communities that not only will save our generations to come, but the generation who were left behind decades ago and have been fighting for justice. So thank you very much for acknowledging this, and thank you, Mr. Bonnet, for acknowledging it, that it started with a Latina in Congress who people mock every single day because she's been courageous to lead us and lead us in a fair and justice way. And just like her, we will lead, Ms. Rodriguez. We will lead because our communities will not be left behind. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you. And there's a request to send this forthwith on item 19 without objection. That will be the order. Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, let's go ahead and move on to special one. Did you have an announcement?
Yes, thank you. So a motion has been introduced for special one that states the findings and the need to act. So we should first vote on the findings to take up the resolution. That's per Government Code 54954.2. We'll then take any public comment, and then we can vote on the resolution itself. So the first thing is voting on the findings, unless members want to talk in advance.
Let's go ahead and vote on the findings. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
We've got a couple of cards on this item. Ms. Ramirez, are you still here? Antonia Ramirez, not here. Herman? Special one.
Fellow Americans, are we not here in favor of our chief and administrator, Donald Trump? Are we not in favor of preventing these illegal fucking immigrants from coming into this country without the due process of getting in line and getting your fucking green card to work? This is what America should be like, and that's what it's not. Because we got these fucking stupid wetback politicians who are trying to change the so-called dynasty of life, which is fuck all you white Jews from Israel, along with the city attorney Mike Fuhr. Fucking build a bridge, build a wall, build a dam, keep these motherfuckers from fucking up our city who are killing Americans, who are here taking all our fucking benefits, and I hope you motherfuckers die with no Social Security, you fucking assholes.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Wayne S.S. No one here with that name. Eric Previn, special one, sir.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn, and I do not understand why this couldn't wait for a publicized agenda like tomorrow. It's true what you say, that I think the president has declared an emergency and Congress is trying to stop it, and then they're saying that the president may veto it. But what you're asking for here is to join a lawsuit with the state of California. Okay, but what is the budget? Why is it not okay for the public who are not happen to be down here being disenfranchised by Fauble, who don't happen to be here? Why are they not included in this? By pulling it out of Avak's breast pocket and hiding it under the shadow of the rim by your board, you are violating the public's trust. We expect these things to be brought out into the daylight so we can all weigh in. I mean, I think I'm supportive of a lot of the work you do, but I'm not supportive of these draconian violations of the open government laws. And Fauble, you ought to step down, because you've really crossed the line. Trying to suggest that I would disrupt this meeting is not going to be okay with hashtag Bloomingfield's notice.
You're off topic.
No, I'm not
Mr.
off
President.
topic.
Yeah, you're off topic.
I disagree. I just came from the appellate court where we had...
Thank you very much, sir. Please sit down. I'm going to ask you to leave our... Thank you very much, Mr. Previn.
Mr. Previn, you're disrupting the meeting.
You continue to disrupt this meeting. Can you please remove Mr. Previn from council
Mr.
chambers
Previn has been
and do it
asking.
as quietly as possible? Please remove him.
And he's continuing to disrupt the meeting. No.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on special one. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And Madam President, there is a request to send this forthwith.
Okay, without objection, that will be the order. What's before us now, ma'am?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred. Members, are there any announcements? Any announcements? Seeing none, can we all rise for adjourning motions? Mr. Previn, you've been removed from this meeting. Please leave council chambers now.
Mr. Previn, you were repeatedly warned, you were asked to leave quietly, you're refusing to do it, and you're disrupting the meeting by our having to take our time dealing with you. Please leave the meeting. You've been ordered removed. And now he's making noise as he finally leaves.
Okay, let's all rise for adjourning motions, please. Are there any adjourning motions on my right? Mr. Kokorian?
Thank you very much, Madam President. It's with great sadness that I ask that we adjourn this meeting in memory of a real giant of higher education, of science, and a great leader of the Armenian American community, Dr. Mihran Aghbabian, who passed away just this week. He was born in Cyprus in 1923 and grew up in Aleppo, Syria. He lived much of his life in Beirut, where he studied at the American University of Beirut. He got a bachelor's degree in physics, and a bachelor's degree in engineering, and then came to the United States to continue his education at Caltech, where he received a master's degree and then went on to receive a PhD in civil engineering from UC Berkeley in 1951. He spent a couple of decades in the private sector running an engineering consulting company, his own engineering company. And then in 1984, Dr. Aghbabian was appointed to be the Fred Champion Professor of Engineering at USC. He served as chairman of the Civil Engineering Department there and director of the Environmental Engineering Program at SC from 1984 to 1992. He was the founding president of the American University of Armenia in Yerevan, which started its operation on the very first day of Armenian independence, September 23rd, 1991. And AUA has been a magnificent gift to that country and to generations of young people who've gone on to study there and then succeeded both in Armenia and around the world in the courses of study that they were able to receive at AUA. Dr. Agbabian was elected a member of the United States National Academy of Engineering, the Armenian National Academy of Sciences, and the Russian Academy of Natural Sciences. So he was a really, truly world-renowned contributor to the body of knowledge around science and engineering. He received the University of California at Berkeley Distinguished Engineering Alumnus Citation and the Caltech Distinguished Alumnus Award. He was a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science and a recipient of the Ellis Island Medal of Honor for immigrants who made outstanding contributions to the United States of America. He's been recognized with medals from the President of Armenia, from the heads of the Catholic Church, of the Armenian Orthodox Church, and he really has served this community, the Armenian community and the broader community, in so many ways that I can't list them all. I do want to make special note of his leadership as a central board member of the Armenian General Benevolent Union, the largest Armenian philanthropic organization in the world. He was a founding member of the Armenian Film Foundation, where he served on the board with me for many years. He was president of the Armenian Missionary Association of America and vice chairman of the board of Haigazian College in Beirut. He was also chairman of the board of directors of the Armenian Assembly of America and general chairman of the First Congress of Armenian Engineers and Scientists of America. He really was one of those people who was larger than life, an incredibly humble man given his tremendous contributions. He and his incredible wife, Elizabeth, were forces of nature in our community, and together they influenced everything that really mattered to the Armenian American community. He is survived, in addition to his wife Elizabeth, he's survived by his son Paul and Paul's wife Kate Nyberg, his son Brian and his wife Valina Gukasyan, and his son Michael, as well as 4 grandchildren, Sabrina, Erica, Lori, and Arman. Dr. Agbabian was just an incredible human being, an incredible gentleman, a brilliant scientist, and a person whose legacy will last for many, many generations to come. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Any other adjourning motions? Seeing none, have a great afternoon. Our meeting is adjourned.
Wilmington and San Pedro have always been the gateway to Catalina since back in the late 1800s. My father, myself, and a friend of mine started Catalina Express along with my brother Tim in 1981, and we came in to actually replace the seaplanes that were at that point going out of service. So what we needed to do was replace that service with fast boats. So we went out, we bought one boat, it was a 50 passenger, and we started out with doing 3 runs a day. Well, about 1 million to 1.2 million people go to and from Catalina on an annual basis. And back in 1981 when we started, I think we carried 3,500 people that year. Both my daughter Amanda and my son Eric, they're all in the business. This building was actually built back in 1966, and it was the seaplane hangar building. They'd take off underneath the Vincent Thomas Bridge. Our goal was really to make it so people felt their trip started when they got here. There's bocce ball courts here located on premises. There's also a putting green. We got fire pits when it's chilly out. and people do seem to feel like they're on their way to Catalina as soon as they walk through the gate. Wilmington used to be the location for the freight service here to the island, and to bring them both onto the same property has been a home run. The Port of Los Angeles has been a real partner in this all the way along. They worked very well with us in trying to come up with a solution for this move. And I think that what we've come up with is one of the best locations we have. When we brought our employees back to this location, we were able to bring 100 employees back this way. Catalina Express employs approximately 325 employees in total, with the vessel crews and administration and ticket sales and the terminal facilities. Avalon Freight Services employs approximately 26 people, with operating the 2 vessels that we have, as well as the warehouse here and on the island. The island is always growing. It's been an exciting part of being not just in passengers, but also in freight now. A normal week of freight going to Catalina Island is 5 days a week, 15 trailers. It's shipping fuel, it's food, it's beverages, it's everything you can imagine that has to go to an island to keep it moving. My favorite hobbies are getting out and going fishing. It's a lot of fun to go out off the island and do some fishing. It's always been known as a fishing paradise. Well, I think the favorite part of Catalina Express for me is working around the water. I've been around the water all my life. We just like to be a big part of this overall Catalina Express family. Our whole team here has worked hard to build what we built. There's no I's here, it's a lot of we's, and we really all enjoy it.
Like Trade Tech. I am seeking to represent the LAUSD Board of Education District Number 5 because there is a crisis in our public education. Failing schools are a pipeline to prison. We cannot provide hope and opportunity for our students and poor communities if we don't fix our public schools. I was born in El Salvador. At age 15, I was forced to leave my country due to a bloody civil war. I was one of the first dreamers who came illegally into this country in 1980. I was fortunate to be included in President Reagan's amnesty bill and became a naturalized citizen in the 1990s. Education is very personal for me. It radically changed my life for the better. It was in public education where a better future began for me. I want to use my personal story to inspire immigrants and poor children in this district. I believe every child deserves a quality education, one that affords them a brighter future. As a new LAUSD board member, I will fight for real parental empowerment. Involvement by parents must go beyond simply allowing them to participate on a parent community advisory board or a central committee. They should be given real authority to shape district-level decisions when it comes to the education of their children. I will advocate for the opportunity to allow non-citizen parents to vote in school board races. Yes, empower parents by allowing them to vote regardless of their citizenship status. I will also fight for more resources in adult and early ed, as well as in bilingual instructions. All of these investments are not only beneficial to our children, but also good for the health of our society. For funding, the needs are profound, and the current per-pupil funding is inadequate. As a board member, I will use the powers of the office to bring in more revenue. I will use the ballot box for parcel tax and go to Sacramento and make the case to the legislature for more investment for our students. My name is Chamba Sanchez, and I'm asking you to vote for me for the Board of Education. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allison Bhattacharya, and I am running to be your representative on the LAUSD School Board for District 5 in the March 5th election. As parents, my husband and I send our 7- and 9-year-old to our neighborhood LAUSD school. We've been incredibly lucky to have phenomenal teachers for both of our kids over the last 5 years, and we love the sense of community we have going to our local school. We see our friends at the grocery store, on family walks, at the soccer field. Our kids have thrived at Franklin, in part because they feel safe, and in part because the curriculum has been challenging, and in part because of the arts, music, and extracurriculars our friends of Franklin have made possible because of extensive fundraising. But our neighborhood school is an exception, not the rule for most communities in Los Angeles. We have an equity and outcomes gap in public education, and we have to do better for all students. That is why I'm running for our school board. Our students and our families deserve better. And I know we can do better because I've spent my career working in public education, working to ensure more students have great access to great public schools. I started my career as a high school teacher at a public school in New Orleans. I have worked inside LUSD, and most recently, I served as the Chief Operations and Strategy Officer at a high-performing public school network that served 3,600 mostly Latino, low-income students in an academic and whole child setting. I oversaw our mental health, social emotional, parent engagement, college success, and operations work. The work we did had our students graduate college at 3 times the rate of low-income students in the country because we used innovation and set high standards for all of our students. To be an effective school board member, one has to understand schools. As a parent and as an educator who has served in many different capacities within the system, I bring a unique set of experiences to this table. And because of this, I can represent all constituents involved effectively, thoughtfully, and with a commitment to excellence, equity, and innovation for every community in Los Angeles. I have the urgency of a parent and the experience of an educator that the board needs to put every student in a position to succeed. I hope to serve as your board member and to work together for all kids in Los Angeles to create a just and more equitable system. Thank you.
Hello, Los Angeles. My name is David Valdez, and I'm proud to be your candidate in the 2019 special election for the position of LAUSD Board of Education representing District 5. I was born and raised in East Los Angeles as the youngest of 7 children in an immigrant family. Growing up, I attended all LAUSD public schools, including Ford Boulevard Elementary, Griffith Junior High, and Garfield High School. I graduated from Yale University and went on to earn a Master's in Fine Arts degree from the American Conservatory Theater in San Francisco. After finishing school, I quickly returned to Los Angeles to be close to my family and to begin a journey of serving the communities that helped shape my life. I have worked for multiple nonprofits, most notably the Weingart East Los Angeles YMCA, where I launched a digital media program for youth. It was during this time that I realized how great of an impact we can have on young people and their paths to success, same as it was for me going through school in LAUSD. I am running for office because I believe that I have the ability to lead a district that is 90% Latino. I have served as one of the LA County Arts Commissioners for 3 years, and it is my background as an artist that I can bring to shed new light on some of the challenges that our school district faces. I have 4 simple points of focus for this campaign. Number 1, I support our teachers. My sister, my sister-in-law, and my niece are all teachers with LAUSD. I fully support them and all of the incredible educators that spend time with our students. They deserve to feel valued, and they deserve to have supportive services such as mental health counselors, nurses, and librarians at all schools. Number 2, cap classroom sizes. We need to ensure a proper student-to-teacher ratio is met so that our teachers can deliver high-quality education at all levels. Number 3, increase California student investment. We need to increase the educational spending on all students throughout the state of California. We all need to work together to reverse this trend by advocating at the state legislature and be adamant about putting California students back on track to success. Number 4, restore arts programs. As an artist, I am invested in revitalizing arts programs at our schools. Arts are a proven method of improving educational outcomes, and our students need access to programs so that they may continue to develop confidence, soft skills, and leadership abilities. As a product of LAUSD schools, I work hard every day of my life to embody this mantra. I am from community and for community. I would be proud to represent you on the LAUSD Board of Education. Please vote for Valdez.
Hi, I am Ana Cubas, and I am running for the LAUSD Board District 5 seat because my life was transformed through the power of education. My family immigrated to Los Angeles when I was 10 years old Before being allowed access to the country, I was held for weeks along with my 6-year-old sister at an immigration center at the border. Fortunately, I had nurturing public school teachers who encouraged me to go to college. Despite the odds of being poor and an English language learner, I graduated from UC Berkeley with highest honors, earned a master's degree at Princeton University, and received an MBA from USC. My experiences have made me a lifelong advocate for social justice and educational equity, and that's why I'm running for school board. It is my calling and my mission to give back to my community. I believe that I have the work experience to tackle the challenges at the school district. I have served as a legislative director for the LAUSD board president and a city council chief of staff. I am the only candidate with the practical experience we need to enhance our schools. As the founder and president of the Latina Public Service Academy, which is a program that trains high school Latinas about government and public service, I have worked with our youth and understand how to motivate them to excel in school, go to college, and give back to their communities. As a college professor at East Los Angeles College, I am passionate about education and the empowerment of our teachers. My platform for reform at LAUSD is simple. It's about social justice and equity. I will be a warrior for our low-income students and schools. I will make sure that our schools get their fair share of your tax dollars. I will increase transparency and accountability with the budget. We need to have faith in the budget numbers so that you, the public, has the trust and faith to manage our tax dollars. I also believe that we need to consider a moratorium on the growth of charter schools and to hold those existing ones accountable for better results. I will work to improve our reading and writing scores and ask that every child have a library card. I will advocate for more resources for after-school programs, especially for the arts and for English language learners. I am Ana Cubas, an immigrant, a college professor, and a 20-year leader in LAUSD and city government. I humbly ask for your vote. Please vote for me on March 5th or by mail. Thank you.
This week. One of Japan's most celebrated manga or comic book artists holds his first ever exhibition in North America. And not just that, here in Hollywood. I'm Gil Reyes with the story next.
I'm Anna Margos. Home Sweet Home becomes reality for yet another family in Watts thanks to Habitat for Humanity. But wait till you see how many families on this street have also gotten homes.
And plug into the Electric Lodge, LA's Green Performing Arts Center. That's coming up. Hey everyone, I'm Yana Kay. Here's what's happening in LA this week. When it comes to large-scale city emergencies or natural disasters, being prepared can make all the difference. That's why the City of LA recently held a drill to practice its response and how it would disseminate critical information.
The Information Technology Agency is here at this emergency exercise because there are two things happening in an emergency simulation today. One is there's a cyber attack, which means that people are attacking the systems that manage the city of Los Angeles. And number two is that there are simulated explosions happening across some of our transit systems. So information technology plays a key role in how people normally communicate during an emergency. So we are simulating that those systems are down today.
How do we make sure that we have a consistent message when you have so many agencies working together, and to ensure that we complete the objectives from the incident commander, but again, ultimately, we want to provide safety information to the public that we serve.
If we had a real disaster, the idea that you know your fellow responder is big, because now you've had a chance to practice together, play together, and you'll work better together ultimately.
Exercises like we're doing today prepare us should the unthinkable occur. We have people that are ready and trained to act and keep people safe and keep them informed.
It's been in the works for 15 years, but now the much anticipated development called The Grand is finally moving full speed ahead. It's designed by world-renowned architect Frank Gehry and sits right across the street from his much-loved Disney concert hall.
We will see a city reborn. Our aspirations and our dreams are more than just abstractions. Today we see they are material incarnations.
It's been exciting to build something so close to something I built before, and to be able to have them talk to each other across Grand Avenue. As you put these pieces together, you create a central place.
No city in the world has such great architecture within 4 blocks. And today, we're adding the crown jewel.
This will house 436 units of housing, and 89 of those units will be affordable housing.
If you come around this side, you can see most of the activity faces the concert hall. It's our hope to have projections on the concert hall.
A transformation is also happening in the community of Watts as parents and kids lay their own foundations and build stronger families, thanks in part to Habitat for Humanity. Anna Marcos shows us how a new home has just changed the life of not one family, but many families on one street.
Nothing like turning the key and entering that first home of your own. The Martinez-Gill family just became proud first-time homeowners thanks to Habitat for Humanity's latest home build in Watts.
I was worried about my kids, and I have to send them far to school because I was wanting them to break the cycle of poverty. I was wanting them to succeed in life, not to go through my same situation.
It's an emotional moment, not only for Martinez-Gill, but for her 4 children, her son-in-law, and perhaps even their dog Zuko.
Just the little things, and to me as the oldest, this really brings a lot of relief in my heart that my siblings have a safe place to live, that they have space to grow.
Martinez-Gill, a single mom, often has to work up to 20 hours a day at 2 different custodial jobs to support her kids and make ends meet. She never thought this dream house, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, state-of-the-art home, could become reality.
Yes, this is not a free house. This is how they call it, it's not a handoff, it's a hand up. You have to pay mortgage like another family, just more affordable because they help you.
So our families are typically working families that have a steady income, but not enough to buy a house in the traditional market.
In exchange for the help, families put in sweat equity, helping to build their own homes as well as others' homes. Around here, raising your hand and volunteering to help is what it's all about.
Painting, nail frames.
So you learned how to build a house?
Yes, actually, they taught me. I didn't know how.
2 of the kids are still living at home, so they will be living here with Mom. And of course, we can't leave Zuko out. He'll live here too.
This is going to be her room. And your room? Right there. And your mom's? Right there. So you each have your own room?
Oh, yeah.
How's that? Is that great?
Yeah.
don't have to share a room anymore.
The Martinez-Gill family has plenty of company. In fact, all the houses across the street from them are Habitat for Humanity homes. Former President Jimmy Carter and his wife Rosalynn helped build some 24 of these homes in 1995.
Habitat really helps bring a whole community up.
And it all starts with a brand new key and a brand new home. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
Want to get involved? Well, you can visit the Greater Los Angeles Habitat for Humanity at habitatla.org. LA's outgoing poet laureate is outgoing in other ways, too. Robin Cost Lewis, a National Book Award winner, sat down with her own Gil Reyes to talk poetry and perseverance in her beloved City of Angels.
My grandmother once lived here. Her house stood right there, a parking lot now.
LA's official poet laureate, Robin Cost Lewis, has written about gentrification and other challenges facing Angelenos. Her biggest personal challenge came nearly 20 years ago when she was diagnosed with traumatic brain injury after a nasty fall.
I couldn't move. I was in traction. I had cast and splints. And, it was horrible. You know, not being able to move, you got to figure some things out with your mind.
Bedridden for 2 years, the Compton native worked through the pain to write her first ever book of poetry. It became a smash.
For something like that to happen to you, and then to turn it around and write the greatest...
It was the greatest gift that ever happened to
How does
me.
that... Look, let me just explain that after this traumatic brain injury, you got down to writing and wrote Voyage of the Sable Venus, which won the National Book Award for Poetry.
I've been inspired by people who take, tragic moments in their lives and turn them around.
She experiences intense headaches to this day, but as LA's poet laureate appointed by Mayor Garcetti, she visits schools, promoting the art of poetry while highlighting the perseverance of LA's diverse communities.
California, and specifically LA, is one of the most diverse places in the world, not the country only, but the world. I just think that human beings are extraordinary animals, and it's profound to watch how we do not give up. And that's a glorious history, and it should be celebrated and honored at all times. And I hope that I've done that somehow in my laureateship.
Thanks for being here.
Sure, my pleasure.
The Pan-African Film and Arts Festival is the largest exhibition of film, art, culture, and creative expression honoring Black History Month. We recently made a visit to Arts Fest where we got a peek at some of the unique creations. Take a look.
The Pan-African world is as a result of slavery and colonization. African people, or people of African descent, have been spread all over the planet. Papua New Guinea, Australia, Nigeria, Ghana, England. Part of our story is all those different places, and this festival brings all those stories together so folks can get out and get a more sophisticated, more cosmopolitan understanding of the African experience.
I find that the human face is quite expressive, so I apply it in my works to convey a wide range of emotions associated with the human experience.
Are you a fan of Japanese manga? Well, if you are, then you gotta check out the North American debut of one of the genre's most celebrated artists. Gil Reyes shows us a new exhibit at Japan House, Los Angeles.
He's not a household name in the U.S. yet, but artist Naoki Urasawa is considered by many to be the modern master of Japanese manga, or comics. We spoke to fans in Hollywood.
Monster is easily one of the best mangas of all time.
In his work, many of his work, it goes around the world, showing different cultures, people from different backgrounds.
Japan House Los Angeles, located in the Hollywood and Highland complex, is proud to present this exhibit through March. And the beauty is, even if you can't understand Japanese, the panels are all in English, so Americans can come and truly appreciate them.
the reader's always ready to turn the page or wanting to turn that page to see what happens next.
Curator Trask Howard describes the popular series Monster, a morality tale about a surgeon who saves the life of a serial killer.
What Urasawa is so good at is that he throws in these twists that you don't expect.
Urasawa has sold over 127 million books in Japan alone. He's nominated for an Eisner Hall of Fame induction at Comic-Con this year, an honor usually reserved for American comic book creators like Stan Lee. Urasawa's works, such as 20th Century Boys dealing with terrorism, can be dark, but he has lighter fare too.
Yawara is a story about a young teenage female judo athlete influenced interest in not only the sport, but a particular judo athlete.
When real-life judo champ Ryoko Tamura represented Japan in the 1992 Olympics, the public embraced her as the real-life Yawara. It was also a time when more Japanese women began entering the workforce and establishing their independence.
And what was actually happening in Japan in the society at the time, and I think that's what really piqued everyone's interest.
Historical events influencing fiction. This is manga, the art of Naoki Urasawa in his first North American exhibit. That's at Japan House at the Hollywood and Highland Complex at 6801 Hollywood Boulevard.
Want to check out more cultural events from Japan House? Learn more at japanhouse.jp. What do you get when you mix hundreds of volunteers, hundreds of cookies, and hundreds of goodie bags? Well, Big Sunday's annual Valentine Making Dinner, of course. This nonprofit is all about putting a smile on the faces of those less fortunate. Take a look.
Today is our 7th annual Big Sunday Valentine's Day. Nobody should be forgotten on Valentine's Day. Making cards, we're making little gift bags. There's tons of chocolate going on and flowers going on. And all these nice people have come here to make Valentines for other people. Old folks, people in shelters, people in group homes, veterans, people who are ailing.
I was specifically thinking about some of the people in hospitals and maybe even nursing homes because my dad just moved into a nursing home a year ago. And so for me, it's really personal because when I get to go visit him, I see how few of those people have families all around them or are getting, things for the holidays.
We're just here to help out and have fun. I believe that it's a wonderful thing to teach our kids to give back to those less fortunate than ourselves, and it just makes you feel so good. It fills your heart.
If it brightens somebody's day by looking at a simple card, by just saying we care or love you, that makes my day.
When we do something because we feel like we have to, it kind of brings one energy to it. But when we do something because we know that we get something out of it too, I don't know, I think it just infuses everything with just that fun and loving energy that we can put more of in the world.
We call it Big Sunday because we used to be one day a year on a Sunday, but we have grown. We first became a weekend and then a 3-day weekend. Now we do things 365 days a year. The idea is that absolutely everybody has some way they can help somebody else. We connect people through helping.
We're all really connected, no matter what we look like or where we are in our life. There's something that just runs through all of us.
And over in Sylmar, hundreds of seniors also got some well-deserved TLC as Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez hosted a Valentine's Day ball in their honor. Let the dancing begin.
We have arrived in Funky Town, the great community of Sylmar, hosting a day of dining and dancing for some 400 seniors on Valentine's Day. Many of the guests are longtime married couples like Jose and Linda Anaya.
When you first saw her, what did you think? She's mine.
It took a little while, but I totally fell in love with them and still in love with them today.
Older adults loving life and each other at Palacio Torres Banquet Hall. This party was thrown by Sylmar Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez.
It really is a unique opportunity for me to bring together all of the seniors from around my district, because each of the senior centers are located in different parts of the community, that we bring them all here together to celebrate Valentine's Day, show a little love, and bring some of the resources that are available to them, whether it's advising them on their Medicare options or just all the variety of service providers that we have.
A little wet weather outside didn't stop these older adults from stepping in out of the rain and onto the dance floor for a day all to themselves. So our seniors, God bless them, they bring to us a wealth of experience. I asked some of them on this Valentine's Day, what is the secret to everlasting love? You're opposites.
Yeah, we're opposite. He's quiet and I'm the I act too much.
That's the secret.
Yeah.
You have a good match there.
Yeah.
What's your secret, sir?
Say yes.
Oh, so smart. Isn't he sweet? Yeah.
Raul and Barbara Fontanills have been happily married for 54 years. They're also the in-laws of Councilwoman Rodriguez.
We love her like a daughter.
And it helps a lot to be family-oriented.
Yeah.
Yeah, keeping us together.
Always be affectionate to each other. A lot of times that goes away in a marriage, and I think it needs to be that way till the day you die. Always and forever.
Electric Lodge is an environmentally friendly cultural arts hub and educational center in Venice. We recently took a tour with the Electric Lodge founder, Joel Shapiro.
The Electric Lodge started in 1996. I started it then. I rebuilt the whole building, and it's been going ever since. It's a visual and performing arts center and environmental center. We have theater, dance, music, film festivals, all kinds of performance art. We have classes 7 days a week and theater upstairs. This is a solar-powered space. We produce about a third of our power on the roof, and we buy only green power from DWP.
The Electric Lodge is a wonderful place. It's benefited so many young students. The vibe is good.
Tonight we're putting on a variety show called Next 10. So that's one of the things we do here every first Monday of the month. We have 10 people participating for 10 minutes each. And it's a really cool and fun audience participation type show that almost anyone can enter.
Unfortunately, people know almost nothing about the Electric Lodge, and that is such a shame because it's such a great community venue. And there is a parking lot. There is a parking lot in Venice. So if you do not live in Venice and you think to yourself, no, I am not going to Venice to see anything, come to the Electric Lodge because it's got its own lot. You don't have to worry about it.
Batters up! Did you know there was a Wrigley Field in Los Angeles? As part of African American Heritage Month, Councilmember Curran Price joins us for a tour of the stadium's impact on our community.
The original Wrigley Field opened on September the 29th, 1925, in the heart of Council District 9, on the corner of Avalon Boulevard and 42nd Place. It was constructed by William L. Wrigley, Jr., the founder of Wrigley's Gum and owner of the Chicago Cubs. It was built at a cost of just under $1 million. It hosted Major League Baseball teams in the region for over 30 years. Wrigley Field was home to the Los Angeles Angels during their inaugural season in 1961. Over the years, Wrigley Field hosted rodeos, concerts, fireworks, and other special events. The ballpark was even used as a backdrop for several Hollywood films about baseball, as well as the popular TV series Home Run Derby.
Foul ball way down the left field line, and that's all in the second inning. Harmon Killebrew picks up a home run and leads Mickey Mantle in the Home Run Derby contest at the end of an inning and a half of play by a score of 1-0.
On May 26, 1963, Martin Luther King was at Wrigley Field to address nearly 40,000 people at one of the largest civil rights rallies in the country, predating the famous 1963 March on Washington by almost 3 months. Wrigley Field is still remembered as the place where Dr. King stated, "Birmingham or Los Angeles, the cry is always the same. We want to be free."
Birmingham, Alabama,
Los Angeles, California, the cry is always the same: we want to be free.
His efforts that evening to connect Los Angeles to Birmingham helped to raise significant and desperately needed funds for the March on Washington and to assist in supporting the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. In 1969, Wrigley Field was demolished. In its place now exists the Gilbert Lindsay Community Park, the Teresa Lindsay Senior Center, and the Kedron Community Health Center. As we celebrate African American Heritage Month, we not only pay tribute to individuals, but also celebrate the locations where historical events help to define our legacy and change American history.
Councilmember Paul Krikorian hosts a community town hall. Get ready to catch some air at a new skate park and learn how to raise funds for your nonprofit. All this in City Beat. Councilmember Paul Krikorian recently hosted a town hall meeting in North Hollywood, which allowed community members direct access to the LA Department of Public Works. One goal was to make residents aware of available programs and services they may not be taking full advantage of.
To hear from them directly about what is important in their neighborhood, what's important in their community.
In South LA, the CD9 Business Resource Center presented a forum on funding for nonprofits. The event featured presentations by several leading foundations and included panel discussions, Q&As, and more.
I came here because we're a nonprofit organization and we're always looking for funding sources.
And now you can catch some air of your own. Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell broke ground on the new Chevy Chase skate park. When complete, the park will feature 8,000 square feet of spiffy concrete skate features as well as improvements to the surrounding areas. Happy Lunar New Year! It was a melting pot of Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese culture as thousands of folks came together for the 120th Golden Dragon Parade.
I want to wish everybody Gung Hai Pat Choi a great and prosperous New Year here in the greatest Chinatown in the United States of America. Great Happy New Year. Also, it's the year of the pig, and it's a very social pig. It's about reminding us to get together with our neighbors, with our community, with our country and the world together in peace and harmony.
This is an incredible time, steeped in deep traditions and history, but a holiday that we're all looking forward with great optimism and positivity.
It's so nice to see everybody coming together as a community to celebrate such a momentous occasion for the new year.
Enjoy an evening of music that includes a vacuum cleaner? Listen to some live jazz at a pop-up, and if you love chocolate and art, you won't want to miss this show. All this and things to do. And the beat goes on as Compose LA brings you Leah Mooney's Flatland. This latest music symposium is happening at the Coaxial Arts Foundation. The presentation will include an examination of Leah Mooney's sound-driven investigation of materiality. Be sure to check out Compose LA, Leah Mooney's Flatland on Friday, February 22nd, beginning at 8 p.m. The Coaxial Arts Foundation is located at 1915 South Main Street. For more info, visit coaxialarts.org. Black History Month festivities continue with the Just Jazz live concert series. This free pop-up jazz event features performances by local jazz collective Catalyst and music from the Fernando Pullum Community Arts Center Jazz Ensemble. Swing by the Just Jazz live pop-up event happening Thursday, February 21st at 6:30 p.m. The performance takes place at the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza on 3650 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. For more info, visit justjazzliveconcertseries.com. The Chocolate and Art Show returns to Los Angeles. Indulge in some of LA's finest up-and-coming artists, photographers, and creators. Enjoy live body painting, vendors, music, and free chocolate. It's all happening at the Chocolate and Art Show, Los Angeles, coming February 22nd and 23rd. The show will take place at the Vortex, located at 2341 East Olympic Boulevard. For details, contact chocolateandart@gmail.com. And that's a look at some things to do. Well, that's it for this edition. I'm Yana Kay. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more of LA This Week.
The Fast Response Vehicle, or commonly known as FR1, is a vehicle that serves the downtown Los Angeles area. It is staffed by 2 firefighter paramedics, which makes it a fully paramedic resource, or an MICU, Mobile Intensive Care Unit. The purpose of the Fast Response Vehicle is to cut down on both response times and decrease the time that our ALS or BLS ambulances are out of service, on scene of other incidents, or waiting with patients at the hospital.
We're able to assess, start treatment, sometimes have patient packaged. As soon as the rescue arrives, we're able to transfer patient care. So it's very, very rapid, easy to expedite. Basically, we're getting the right resource and getting the other resources out to additional calls or availability.
This vehicle is out on the radio. It's patrolling the downtown Los Angeles area. They're not responding from a station. The other thing it doesn't have any transport capabilities. So what it does is it responds to the scene, assesses the patient, and then passes off that patient to the appropriate level of care, either a paramedic rescue or an EMT rescue.
We always have a radio on, and we're listening to what resources are being dispatched. If it's an engine call on a medical or a truck call on a medical, we'll immediately attach ourselves.
What we've done is we did the initial evaluation, we canceled one of the resources, and then we downgraded it. We evaluated the patient, found that he's stable enough to go by BLS ambulance, so we're keeping ALS resources in the field.
On this vehicle, with it being working in primarily the downtown Los Angeles area, and with that being such a high threat area, whether it be City Hall, whether it be the Staples Center, and the population that brings on a daily basis, in those cases, if there were to be an active shooter type scenario, the paramedics on this resource do carry their tactical equipment and are able to respond quickly to that type of an incident, integrate with LAPD, and perform high threat patient extractions.
We came out to assist LAPD on what they were reporting as a child endangerment, or a child sleeping on a mattress. It turned out to be an adult, and we actually canceled a fire resource and took the call for them. And this gentleman turned out to have a complaint of leg pain, so we called out a BLS ambulance, and they're transporting him to the hospital.
Actually, every single resource gets touched by us, and if we do it right, everybody's getting relief.
This is Koreatown. My name is Hwang Bae Kim. You watch LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Adopt a Pet Today, sponsored by the Pet Care Foundation. And today we're at the West Valley Animal Shelter on Plummer Street in Chatsworth. There are 6 LA City shelters. This is just one of them. You can find out all locations at laanimalservices.com. That's laanimalservices.com. Now in just a minute, we're going to show you some great dogs and cats, hopefully one that you would love to come down and adopt. But if you don't see one that you like, or if Chatsworth is not convenient for you, please go to that website, laanimalservices.com. You can see all the animals at all 6 LA City shelters, dogs, cats, rabbits. Some of them even have roosters and snakes, all kinds of animals. So let's go inside with Raina Barker and myself, and let's meet some great dogs and then some great cats. So this is our first dog. Her name is Xenon, and her intake number is A1825173, and she's about 2 years old. She's a female Heinz 57 mixed breed. She was an owner surrender. She's a little shy. She has lots of energy, but very sweet. It's suggested that no cats or small dogs, but she has been in play groups with big dogs, and she does great with dogs her size or a little bigger. So, Raina, what do you think about this girl?
Oh, she's just nervous, you know, and it's got a lot of energy because of her youth, probably. But she's trying. She's trying to settle down. Look at that. It's hard for them to come out here and sit in front of a camera and new people and, you know, but bless her heart. She doesn't know either of us. But look at her.
But what a sweetie.
Come see Xenon. Beautiful girl.
Yeah. She's down here at the West Valley Shelter. Good job. On Plummer Street in Chatsworth, and she is not spayed as yet, but she would be spayed before you could take her home, and she would be vaccinated and vet checked and microchipped.
Ready to go.
Raina is holding sweet little Bella, and Bella is, what, a Chihuahua mix?
Yeah,
Chihuahua mix?
Yeah.
Her impound number is A1837823. She's about 5. And she too is unaltered, but that would be taken care of. And she came in as a stray, so we don't know too much about her, but she's good with smaller dogs, and she's a little love, yeah.
She's a love bug. I know it. You know, and a lap dog. These little guys love to usually be in your lap, and that's fine. But that being said, I do like them to learn to be dogs and walk on the ground too, and not just always look to be picked up and held, because it's important for their confidence. She's a little nervous, but again, we're here in front of a camera and in a different.
Just met
me. But what a love.
Yeah,
what
if
a pretty
you want
girl.
a little lap dog. A reading companion.
Snugglebug.
A TV companion.
Yeah.
What a perfect little girl, and what a great name, Bella.
Bella, and she's gorgeous.
She is beautiful.
She's beautiful.
Okay, now Raina has Buffalo, and Buffalo is gorgeous. He's a senior boy, little mixed breed, beautiful.
Okay.
We love the black dogs.
We love the
His impound number is A1793281. He's been here about 6-7 months. He's about 8 years old. He's male, neutered. Beautiful. Another Heinz 57, mixed breed. Very sweet on walks and walks well on a leash. He's been in one of the play groups with an older dog and did really well.
So you know, because of his age and because he's black, people just don't get drawn to these guys. And it breaks my heart because here you have a dog that's already probably settled in, going to just be a great companion, walks well, would be a great, great dog to have in the home without all the housebreaking, biting, chewing, high
Let's see if we can turn him around.
Come here, I know. Come here, you.
You want to see if he can sit?
There you go. Can you sit for me? Can you sit? Huh? No? Here, how about this now? Want to try this? Nope. I know it's a lot. Anyway, beautiful boy, ready to go, and would probably be just integrated into your home very calmly and nicely.
Yeah, he'd be a great companion dog. Really sweet puppy.
Good job. Good job. All right, come see Buffalo.
Come see Buffalo, A179-3281. So this is Gigi, and Gigi's impound number is A1803931. And she is a 10-year-old spayed female, mixed breed. A lot of people would call her a pit mix, probably. She was an owner surrender because of landlord issues. She's sweet, quiet, very friendly to everyone. She's been in play groups with other dogs and does well. And she can be a little bossy with other dogs, they say, though.
Hi. This dog does not act 10 years old.
No, she
doesn't. She
doesn't.
is like a youngster at heart, aren't you? Yeah, you're a good girl.
I love her coloring.
Sometimes they don't want to do it when they're stressed.
Very Little Rascals coloring.
Yeah, and the eye, she has a blue eye.
She got a blue eye?
She does. I think she has a blue eye. Can
Hi,
you
pretty
see?
girl. Turn around and show everybody your face.
Yay.
There we go.
Good girl. Pretty
She'd be a great dog to take on walks.
Nice size.
Yeah, and hiking.
Beautiful girl.
Yep.
Come see Gigi.
And this dog, if you take care of her, she would live probably 14, 15, 16
Yeah, absolutely.
maybe.
She's a good size, you know.
Okay, now we have a puppy who is currently named Bill. You can change his name if you want to. He's only 3 months old, and his A number is A1838149. He came in as a stray. Can you believe that?
No.
Says he's wiggly and super kissy.
Yep.
As you can see,
He is a kiss, kiss, kiss.
and
You
he's
know.
either nervous or really cold, or maybe both, huh?
Yeah, he's shaking a little bit nervous. But, you know, pups do tend to be a little nervous, too, when they're in new environments. And this is a scary place, but he's good. He's a love bug and doing great.
What a face. What a face.
Puppies, you know, he's probably going to go very quickly here at the shelter. You know, people are looking for a young dog or pups. But for me, they don't realize the work involved, and that's why we have 1- and 2-year-olds here in the shelter.
Right.
Because people don't do the work involved. And whether it be big or small, they need training and time and patience, and it's a 24/7 job, really, in the beginning. Huh? It's like having a kid.
It's like having a baby, yeah.
And everybody just thinks the dogs are going to get it and, you know, understand what to do without doing much, and it doesn't work that way. Oh, now it's your turn to hold the baby.
Yes, here's another puppy.
This is Brandy, or Brendy. Her A number is A1837927, and she is 10 months old. And again, we got a little trembling going on because we're a little bit scared of the whole situation here. She was a stray. They say she is shy, but, you know, obviously people-oriented and wants to be with somebody in a lap, you know.
She's
it's
so
great.
sweet.
Yeah, she's a
She
sweet
kind of
girl.
looks like Bill the puppy, too.
She does look like a
But
bigger
she's
version of Bill.
Older. How big do you think she'll get?
Well, at 10 months, she's almost full-grown height-wise. Height-wise, they're almost there. The year is the growth spurt, and then second year she'll fill out a little bit, but she's about there.
Yeah.
She's about there.
I would say she only weighs about 15 pounds,
Yeah, maybe not even, huh?
because my cats are heavier than her.
Yeah.
But come on down West Valley and you know, adopt Brendy. Or you can name her whatever you want.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And she'll be spayed and vaccinated and
microchipped.
and licensed and ready to go.
Yeah. Now we have Ladybird. Oh my goodness, what a cutie.
What a cutie pie.
And her impound number is A1837860.
Yeah.
She's about a year old. Female, they're saying mixed breed, but a lot of Jack Russell. Huh?
Yeah, a lot of Jack Russell in here. The thing is, too, this is a very driving, very active, very focused breed. Needs a job.
Yeah.
Okay, needs a job. So, you know,
Lots of walks.
They're great agility dogs. Oh my gosh, you know, they're champions in the agility ring. So, you know, really understand what you're getting when you're getting a dog.
Looks
you know,
like
the breed.
She wants to be a
She
lap
does
dog.
wants to be a lap dog, but but I hear, you know, and that's real typical of this breed a little bit, that she'll get a little possessive if she's sitting in a lap if somebody approaches.
Yeah.
So it's training and knowing how to deal with that.
Oh.
Stay there. You can go
sit.
right there.
Okay.
Yeah, good girl. Good girl.
She's good with smaller dogs and has lots of energy. And
Yep.
she came in as a stray.
Yeah. Got out? Did you get out? Yeah. So this is a great girl. What's her name? They had a name?
Ladybird.
Ladybird. Come see this girl. Come adopt this dog, but do right by this girl because she needs a job to do.
Nova's impound number is A1824448. She's been here for about 3 months. She's 2 years old, about 2 years old. Spayed female, mixed breed. Most people would say pit mix. She came in as a stray, very sweet, a little shy, but warms up quickly. And we don't know her reaction with other dogs as yet.
But she's very active. She's running in the yard to burn off some energy because she has a lot of energy. These dogs usually do. Hey, here.
She's only 2 years old.
Yeah, absolutely.
So still kind of a puppyish.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, probably needs lots of walking and running
And some training.
and yeah, training
Yes.
obviously.
All right, come
But
see Nova.
she's beautiful.
Beautiful girl, beautiful white girl.
And this is Pinto. His A number is A1824834. He's about 9 years old, neutered male. Again, a pit mix. Came in as a stray. Loves to be with people. Should be the only dog because he wants his person all to himself. Walks well on a leash. And he knows how to sit and working on laying down. Very smart dog.
Good boy. So he's getting some training, which is good. And big dogs, they all need training, even little ones. But you have a big dog taking up a lot more space in the home, you know?
Yeah.
And they need to get trained and learn to walk well and not drag you down the street, huh? Yeah.
He's
a
got that look
beautiful
where
boy.
they've shaved his ears, which makes him
Beautiful
look
boy.
mean, but he's really sweet.
He's a sweet boy.
Okay,
go.
this is Jack, and his A number is A1837312.
Don't smell my
He's
feet.
about a year and a half.
There you go.
Mixed
Good
breed
job.
male. He's been neutered.
Good job.
He has
He's
one blue eye
beautiful.
and one brown eye.
Nah, you can't smell my feet.
Says that he's potty trained. He has lots of energy. He's good with kids. And he shows interest in wanting to play with other dogs, but we're not sure how he is with other dogs yet. Needs
He's
a very
beautiful.
secure yard because he's very
He's
active.
probably going to be an escape artist.
Yeah.
Being a husky mix, that's what I think.
Needs some training, obviously.
Yay. Beautiful boy.
But God, he's beautiful.
Come
Yeah.
here, turn around. I know I know good sniffs. Beautiful. Come
Yep.
see this boy.
Yep, but be prepared to put in some training.
Absolutely.
You know.
Absolutely. But look at this gorgeous. He's a year
He's
old.
gorgeous, yeah.
Get some training and he would just be a fabulous companion.
Okay, some beautiful dogs.
We had beautiful dogs.
And
There-
puppies.
And a couple pups, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
And we always talk about the work put into puppies, so.
Yeah, work put into puppies, but as you can see, even with these older dogs that we had 1-year-olds, 2-year-old, 8-year-olds.
And they obviously never got any training.
Never really got real training. And when you get a puppy, now is your clean slate. Everybody goes, I want to raise it with my kids. I want to have no issues that a rescue would have. And I hate hearing that because
Yeah.
so many of them are just wonderful, okay? And then people don't realize the work is involved with pups. You may have a clean slate, but what you do with that dog is going to determine his behavior and who he's going to be from the moment you have him in. If you don't do the right stuff, right?
Right,
So
you gotta have the time.
you got to have the time. And it's like having a new child in the home, a baby in the home, and it's 24/7 work initially for the first couple months, 3 months.
Maybe even the first year.
Yeah, I always say, look, they need a lot of input. They need a lot of, you can't just leave a dog to make decisions, a puppy especially, because they're
Right.
going to make the wrong decisions. They're going to get into that. They're going to do this. Do you leave your children unsupervised? No. We put socket covers over. We lock the cabinets. We put the things up out of their way that they won't injure themselves. And puppies that are running around are going to get into things as well. And then what happens? People get angry
Right.
because they didn't manage the environment properly or prepare it. And the puppy's chewing up things, getting into things. It's a lot of work. And I love pups. But I am at a point in my life, too, where I realize I've raised puppies. I don't have a lifestyle that would accommodate a puppy now, even though I know what to do.
Right.
I know what to do, and I work with pups all the time. And also, besides the puppy work involved, and I have couples who struggle with it, they go, we had no idea. And here you have two people who can help each other out. These single people or the people who have kids already with puppies, this is throwing another child into the mix who now has teeth. That's how they play, you know, and it's a lot of work. Breed. If you are going to get a pup, even if you go to adopt a dog, know what breed you're getting and understand, not to research a little bit before you go and get a dog to know what your lifestyle is
Like
for.
if you're sedentary, you don't want to get a Jack Russell.
You don't want to get a Jack Russell or a Border Collie or even a Husky. You know, they need exercise and work and time and jogging and maybe a dog sport, you know.
Right. Agility training.
Agility training. You don't have to be in a class to do that. You could set up your yard and start doing just urban agility. You know, they can jump over, climb rocks and do all kinds of things. I've done that with my own sometimes. But it's just so important to keep them mentally active and physically active because they'll get in trouble if they're not. You know, you got to know the breed.
What about crate training?
I'm a crate advocate all the way. All the way.
Yeah.
Can it be abusive? Absolutely, if you do it wrong and you don't know how to do it. People go, oh, it's cruel. It's not cruel if it's done right because they really are den animals, so to speak. How many dogs go under beds, in closets, under desks, under tables, someplace to find that little cave feel, you know? Well, if you provide that for them and start young right away, my dogs are all crate trained. They love their crates. They go in their crates all on their own. And most of the people I work with who I advocate, I say, look, this dog needs help and needs a crate. You know, and the puppies who aren't crate trained and I go in and the puppies are running amok, I go, he needs a crate. And it's an educational process to have people understand what it's about because
you can't just put them in there and go to work.
And just leave them.
Right,
you know,
no.
You have to introduce it in a good way. So bottom line here is, you know, I love pups, I love dogs. This is what I do. And I work with all breeds, all ages, all different kinds of people in different situations. But by and large, all dogs, they need time, attention, training, patience, and integrate them into your home and do right by them, and you'll have a great companion. You know.
But you know, an older dog will bond with you just as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've rescued. You've rescued. All my friends have rescued, and you know they do it if you do it right. So enjoy your animals and train your dogs and have them be a part of your life and forever. You know, until they're not.
Exactly.
It's great. You know,
forever
for their life, yeah.
Hi, this is Twitch. Oh my goodness, so beautiful. And his A number is A1837076. He's a male and he's neutered and he's a domestic long hair, gray, tabby-ish. The long hairs you really have to keep brushed. It says he's about 7 years old. I have a long hair, and you need to brush them at least every other day so they don't get matted up. Some of them don't mat, but most of them do. It's a good idea to brush them. And like I said, 7 years old. Cats sometimes live to be 20. I had one live to be 22. So he's still a youngster. Oh my goodness, a big, big boy. This is, what's his name? Sonny. That's a good name for an orange tabby. And his impound number is A1836753. He is neutered. He's about 8 years old. And as you can see, he's orange and white. He doesn't look too happy with the camera or with strangers, but he's probably one of those cats that once you got him out and loved on him a little bit would come around. It does say that he's scared and shy. It says he weighs 13 pounds. Looks a little heavier than that to me, but you know, just get him on the right food and slim him down to about 12 pounds and then he's perfect. But he really is beautiful. And right now he's called Sonny. You could call him whatever you want to. Call him Tiger. Here we have Precious. And Precious is a tortie? Paso tortie. Kind of calico-ish, but tortie. And how old is she? She is 2012, so that makes her about 7 years old. And she's already spayed, and her impound number is A1834622. She's really beautiful. A lot of people say torties have tortitude, and calicos have an attitude a little bit too. I had a tortie, and she definitely had tortitude, which means that a lot of times they don't like other cats, they definitely don't like dogs, and they may only like one person. So if you want to have a single cat that will sit in your lap and purr and love on you, Precious might be perfect just for you. And all the animals that when you adopt are microchipped, neutered, vet checked, and vaccinated. Here's another beauty, and her name is Molly, and her impound number is A1836036. She is a female. She is spayed. She is about 13 years old. But again, cats can live to be 20, 22 if you keep them healthy. She's a brown tabby. Again, she's what they call medium hair, which means that she probably needs to be brushed some, but not as much as a long hair. But she's really beautiful, and she seems really sweet. I mean, we're strangers, and we're sticking a camera in her face and a light, and she's remaining calm. That's a very good sign. Probably be a great lap cat, TV cat. Raina's just saying, when you groom and you brush, it's a bonding experience with your animal, and it helps them stay healthy, so it's good for both of you. So here we have Phoebe, and Phoebe is a tuxedo kitty. I mean, she's black and white. She's very shiny. Beautiful coat. Her impound number is A1837831. She is a female, spayed already, and she is about 5 years old. And she's a domestic short hair. So a little brushing is good if you want to. They really love to be brushed. All of mine love to be brushed, the short hairs and the long hairs. And it's good for you and them, because it's a bonding experience for the two of you. She is here at West Valley, and as we've said, all the animals here are spayed, microchipped, vaccinated, and vet checked, and the dogs are licensed as well, all for one fee. This is Sydney, and Sydney is gorgeous. He is male neutered. His impound number is A1836025. He's about 10 years old, and he is a domestic short hair, orange tabby. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful cat. Yeah, he's a little shy, but you know, they don't know us, and here we come in here and open their cage and stick a camera in their face. So it's hard to see their personalities, but he's a beautiful boy, and he's not hissing. He's letting Raina smell. Big boy. This is Kiko. Kiko is also a tuxedo kitty. He's just a kitten, or she's just a kitten, but she's already spayed. She's only about 6 months old. And she is a domestic short hair. She will get a little bit bigger. You know, average cat's about 12 pounds, 10 to 12 pounds. And that's probably what she'll be. But she sure is sweet. And, you know, kittens want to play. They're not quite as much work as puppies, but they need to, you know, stimulation and lots of toys. And sometimes you have to, teach them to use the litter box, but normally they just naturally go to it. And let's talk about litter boxes. Keep them clean, folks, if you want the cat to use it. I mean, if you don't clean it every day, chances are you're going to have an issue with them not using it. So, litter box cleaning is essential. All right, come on down and see Kiko. You can change her name if you want to. She's already spayed, and she'll be microchipped and vet checked and vaccinated. And we're here at West Valley in Chatsworth.
So
sorry.
Here's a beautiful brown tabby. He's only a year old. He's male. His name is George. If you don't like that name, you can change it. His number is A183-8145. Now, he is not neutered yet, which means that if you adopted him, he would have to be neutered before you could take him home. But that's all part of one fee here. They would also microchip him and vet check him before you took him home to make sure he's good and healthy. But he's a sweetheart, and he's beautiful, and he's only a year old. That's a good age, because he's still a kitten, but through with the mischievous part of being a kitten. So chances are you might be able to train him to not tear up things that a kitten might just naturally tear up. But he's really pretty. Come on down and meet George. Here we have Casanova. You think Casanova's a lover boy? Says he is a Lynx Point Siamese mix, because he's got some gray tabby in there with the stripes too. But you see the ears, the little points on the ears, and his impound number is A183-1889. What a big boy! He's beautiful. He's already neutered, and he was born in 2003, so that makes him almost 15 or 16 years old. But what a sweetheart. And if you wanted, a nice cat to just lay with you and watch TV or read, he would be perfect. He would keep you warm, because he's a big boy. Again, Casanova, A183-1889. What a sweetheart.
And here we are at the West Valley Rabbit Room to talk about bunnies a little bit. And as you can see how many there are, and rabbits, they are one of my favorite animals. I've actually had rabbits over my lifetime, and it's so important to understand the care that is required for these, as any animal. But just living in a cage in a hutch 24/7 is not the life that you want to give a rabbit. They are social animals. They can be litter box trained. They love to play. If you get a bonded pair, it is so fun to watch how they interact and play. I actually had my rabbit be groomed by my dogs. They'd trade off grooming each other. He would sleep with them on their beds. You can have rabbits live with other animals and species if you do it right, and there's, it's a wonderful thing to see. But bottom line is, read about how to care for a rabbit. There is a rabbit care handbook that I know they talk about here when they adopt rabbits out, because it's not just a whimsical thing to get a bunny for Easter for your kids. You have to understand the responsibility, and it's very cruel to just put them in a hutch in a cage. I used to let my rabbit run in a big X-pen out in the yard. Some people, if you have a big enclosure, you can let them run there. My rabbit actually had the house to run in. He was great. He was litter box trained. And I have had clients who understand this and have rabbits in their home. And if you just want to sequester them to a room, that's fine too. But they, again, are social animals. They also are very sensitive to extreme heat and cold. So living outside in a hutch is very, very inhumane. So come take a look at these rabbits here at West Valley if you are looking to get a different animal. But again, it's responsibility, and you have to do it right, and they are fabulous, fabulous pets.
So that's our show. Thanks so much for watching. Remember, spay and neuter your pets. It's the best way to keep them happy, healthy, and at home with you, and it's the law here in Los Angeles. If you didn't see a pet that you wanted to come down and adopt, there's so many more here. Please go to the website, laanimalservices.com, and you can see all the animals at all 6 LA City shelters on that website. There's also a wealth of information and other things you can do, like foster, volunteer, or donate items or money to help out homeless animals. See you next time on Adopt a Pet today.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm an Iyengar yoga teacher here in Los Angeles, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35, Our City, Our Channel. Namaste.
Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, we take a look at NASA's Aviation Safety Program. We'll look back at some highlights of the program and find out what the future holds for aviation. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to this edition of Destination Tomorrow.
On this episode, we'll be focusing on the pioneering work that has been completed by NASA's Aviation Safety Program.
Throughout NASA's long history, one area of constant focus has been in aircraft safety. From its predecessor agency, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, until now, NASA's researchers have worked tirelessly to make flying safer for all of us. Today in the United States, over 600 million passengers fly safely every year, making flying the second safest form of mass travel in the world, with only elevator and escalator rides being safer.
But even with this incredible record, NASA personnel are constantly striving to make it even safer. With this in mind, a pioneering program called the Aviation Safety Program was developed in 1997 to help raise the level of safety to even greater heights. NASA planners, in cooperation with the FAA and the White House, formed this program to research and develop technologies that would significantly reduce aircraft accidents by the year 2007. This program has been enormously successful in researching and developing cutting-edge technologies to make flying safer. On this episode, we'll take a look back at some of the stories that we've previously featured on Destination Tomorrow, and we'll find out what's in store for the future.
Our first segment will look at the Single Aircraft Accident Prevention Program, or SAP. This program uses data available from aircraft and simulators to identify and correct aircraft system problems before they lead to fatal accidents. Here is the story as it first aired.
We've all heard that flying is the safest way to travel, and statistically it is. Even as our world's airspace becomes more crowded, flying today is actually becoming safer. But unfortunately, fatal aircraft accidents can still occur. That's why researchers in the Aviation Safety Program are working on revolutionary technologies that may make fatal aircraft accidents a thing of the past. The Single Aircraft Accident Prevention Project, or SAP, is part of the Aviation Safety Program that is developing new technologies that may help pilots recover and safely land an aircraft from a potentially fatal event. I spoke with John Foster in the Vehicle Dynamics branch at NASA Langley to find out more about SAP.
Well, the SAP project is developing systems that will anticipate failures on the airplane before they occur and help the pilot recover the airplane if an out-of-control event should occur.
What's an example of an out-of-control flight situation?
Well, there are a number of factors that can contribute to an airplane loss-of-control accident. These factors can be both internal or external to the airplane. Some external factors may include severe weather or just poor visibility. Some internal factors, though, could include some failure in the control system, as well as a structural failure or just an inappropriate crew input.
In many of these situations, catastrophic failures cause the pilots to lose control of the airplane, resulting in a fatal accident. Researchers in the SAP project are working on new technologies which they hope will prevent these types of accidents from ever occurring again. They're developing a series of revolutionary systems that will not only detect and predict system or component failures before they become severe, but are also developing automatic control recovery systems, which will actually help pilots recover an airplane from an upset situation. Okay, so how do these systems help a pilot out? I mean, how do they work?
Well, the vehicle health management system is being developed, which will continuously monitor the airplane's health and compare that to the math model for a healthy airplane. In case a disturbing trend or an anomaly occurs, it can send that information to the ground crews and they can take the appropriate maintenance action to fix the part after the airplane lands.
Wow, kind of like an onboard doctor.
Exactly, that's why it's called health monitoring. Another system being developed as part of the SAP project is the control recovery system. This system is being designed to help the pilot in case the airplane gets into a loss of control situation. That system will carry a math model of a normal maneuvering airplane on board. And if the system detects that the airplane is about to enter a loss of control situation, it can alert the pilot and help him to recover the airplane, or it can automatically recover the airplane for the pilot.
These systems will not only be able to help a pilot regain control of an aircraft quickly, but will also be able to help land an aircraft that has suffered catastrophic damage. With these new systems on board commercial planes, pilots will be able to maintain safe flight even under the most adverse flight conditions, potentially making fatal crashes a thing of the past. Okay, so the systems you've mentioned are obviously computer systems, but we're standing here in a wind tunnel. How does wind tunnel testing help?
Well, wind tunnels are used to develop pilot training simulators. We can take the data out of the wind tunnel for extreme flight conditions and put that in the simulator and allow the pilot to experience an out-of-control event and conduct training to learn how to recover from such a situation. Our goal is to provide the most realistic training possible for the pilots in case they would enter a loss of control situation.
John, how will these systems be tested before being implemented on an airplane?
Well, there's several methods that we can use to test the systems before they are actually implemented in the airplane. One is to use a subscale, dynamically scaled flying model of the airplane. In that model, which is remotely controlled, we can install the actual systems in onboard computers and then fly the model through various out-of-control flight conditions and then see how the system works to recover the airplane.
What are your hopes for the future of this project? I mean, what are the future goals of SAP?
Well, flying is already a very safe form of transportation, but accidents still occur. And our goal in this research is to develop systems that will specifically help reduce those kind of accidents and save lives.
Coming up, we'll find out about a new computational tool that is being used to help analyze aircraft data. But first, did you know that NASA has developed a synthetic vision system that can help prevent aircraft accidents? The synthetic vision system incorporates a high-resolution display, GPS, and a detailed terrain database that shows outside terrain even in low-visibility situations. This outside view will help eliminate one of the deadliest forms of aircraft accidents, called controlled flight into terrain. It does this by displaying terrain obstructions on a clear, unambiguous, and easy-to-see display panel mounted in the cockpit. This system is currently being incorporated into military and business jets and is also being adapted for commercial flights. With this system active, controlled flight into terrain should be a thing of the past.
On any given day, roughly 87,000 planes are in the skies over the United States, with about 30,000 of those planes being operated by commercial carriers. With this number of flights, aviation experts work hard to make sure that all these aircraft are safe. To help ensure their safety, a new statistical and computational tool developed by NASA is being used to study the data from every flight. This tool, called the Morning Report, is compiling vital information and placing it into an easy-to-use database, catching potential problems before they lead to accidents. It works like this. Every commercial flight has computers on board that monitor systems. These computers record huge amounts of data looking for any anomaly. But due to the sheer number of flights every day, not all flight information was being monitored by ground crews in a timely fashion. To help change this trend, the Morning Report was developed to take information from every onboard computer in an airline fleet, then compile it into a detailed list which is supervised by aviation experts each morning. If anomalies are found, a safety analyst will look at the aircraft in question immediately. This early notice is allowing engineers to potentially catch problems that could lead to an accident. The morning report system is now being incorporated into many commercial airlines here in the United States.
Even with these new advancements to catch problems before they happen, we know that accidents can still occur. But when accidents do happen, the chance of surviving them has increased significantly in recent years. From 1983 to 2000, the National Transportation Safety Board investigated 26 major commercial accidents involving 2,739 people. A total of 1,525 of those people survived the accidents, or about 56%. Much of the reason for this increase in survivability is due to better design and crash testing. NASA has worked tirelessly to improve aircraft safety by developing key programs and facilities to research crashworthiness. One facility, called the Impact Dynamics Research Facility, or IDIRF, has been in the center of much of this research. We spoke with researcher Lisa Jones about the IDIRF facilities in an earlier program to help us understand how the facility works.
Although most of us don't like to think about it, the thought of crashing creeps into almost every passenger's mind when boarding a plane. We all know that air travel is the safest form of transportation known to man. In fact, statistically, you'd have to fly once every day for more than 8,200 years before you'd be involved in a fatal aircraft accident. But tragically, we know that crashes do occur. Fortunately, NASA operates a unique facility called the Impact Dynamics Research Facility, or IDIRF, to research and conduct crash testing of full-scale aircraft. The knowledge learned here is making air travel safer in the unlikely event of an accident. I spoke to Lisa Jones of the NASA Langley Research Center to find out about this one-of-a-kind facility.
Well, 80% of most accidents that occur now are survivable accidents, but we're working to bring that number even higher so that people who are involved in an accident that is classified as survivable walk away. But our main goals have to do with aircraft crashworthiness, testing them and improving them so they're safer to fly in. And the way we test these aircraft is we suspend it from the facility and allow it to swing like a pendulum into different surfaces. And we instrument the aircraft and put crash dummies on, and we collect the data during the test and look at it after the test, along with a lot of high-speed film and a lot of photographic information, and determine if real people will be injured or not. And then we also use the information to change structural things in the aircraft to improve how well it absorbs energy and takes it away from the occupants and prevents them from being injured. So that's basically crashworthiness, preventing the occupants from being injured in a crash. The facility was here already. It was the Lunar Excursion Module Simulator where they trained astronauts to land on the moon. Then in the 70s, there's a lot of aircraft accidents, small general aviation aircraft accidents. And we felt that it was time to do something about it. And so we actually recycled the facility so that we could lift these aircraft and crash test them.
The IDIRF team set out to discover why crashes that should have been survivable were actually incurring fatalities. In the course of their testing, they found that most of the deaths caused in what should have been survivable air crashes were not due to fire injuries as you might expect, but were in fact due to load injuries. A load injury occurs when a brief but extreme amount of force is exerted on the body. During testing, researchers discovered that passengers were experiencing the full force of the impact of the plane during a crash, producing enormous unsurvivable load forces on their bodies. This is very similar to crash data discovered by automobile makers. Car accidents of the past were much less survivable than crashes in recent years. This is because newer automobiles have been designed to absorb and dampen the majority of energy in a crash, keeping passengers safer. The researchers at IDIRF began designing and implementing new dampening systems to be placed on board airplanes. New systems like energy-absorbing seats dissipate and absorb energy during a crash, greatly reducing the load weights being experienced by passengers. This single change has saved many lives.
We found that changing the seats has made a lot of difference and saved a lot of lives. However, there's more we can do. We need to look at the whole system, like changing the structure so that not only do we have the seats stay attached, but energy is taken out of the system through the structure itself. And they're wearing special restraints that keep them in their seat, and also may even put airbag technology in some of the aircraft. And for large airplanes, we're even looking at changing the design so that it will deliberately brake in certain places. then we can determine where not to put hot things or sharp things or fuel lines and things like that so that people can get out or egress through these openings in the large aircraft.
Lisa, a lot of the things that you described are things that NASA and the industry are doing to make flying safer, but is there anything the general public can do to make flying safer?
Yes, you can check your luggage, all of it if possible, because things in the luggage bins do become flying objects in a crash event. Computers, for instance, are very heavy objects, and if they come flying through the aircraft at landing speeds of 200 knots, then you have an issue because it will definitely injure people. People are not replaceable, things are, so if you can check the luggage, then you're doing a great service to prevent injuries in an accident. We want people to walk away from these survivable events and not have any injuries, and we're working hard to get there.
Did you know that NASA researchers are working with industry to better train pilots and airline personnel? In recent years, NASA researchers have developed textbooks and web-based programs that help increase pilot proficiency in an automated cockpit, while also improving training for maintenance crews and inspectors. These programs are increasing awareness and helping to prevent future accidents from ever occurring. In recent years, NASA researchers have also been focused on reducing fuel flammability and in detecting fires aboard aircraft. In fact, NASA recently won the prestigious R&D 100 award for a fire detection system that has a very low false alarm rate. Dust, dirt, and aerosols frequently fool current fire detection systems, creating about 200 false alarms for every real fire. This is problematic for many different reasons. When a fire alarm goes off, a pilot will immediately initiate emergency landing procedures and will divert the flight to the closest airport. This is not only inconvenient, but is also very expensive, costing the airlines about $50,000 for each false alarm. It's clear to see that this new NASA system will not only save money, but also make flying safer.
NASA has also worked to reduce the chance of an explosion inside an aircraft's fuel tank. When some fuel tanks are not completely full, research has found that wiring inside the tank may cause sparking. This sparking could ignite the oxygen contained in the empty space, causing an explosion. To fix this problem, researchers have designed a fuel system that can replace the oxygen in empty spaces with nitrogen. This works well because nitrogen suppresses fire while oxygen feeds it. Coming up, we'll take a look at a unique facility that is designed to test aircraft icing. But first, did you know that even if the engines on a large commercial aircraft fail, it should be able to glide safely to the ground? Most commercial jet aircraft have approximately a 15-to-1 glide ratio, which means it will glide 15 feet for each foot it descends. At this rate, an airplane flying at 35,000 feet can glide for about 525,000 feet, or 100 miles.
Weather conditions play an important role in all flights. Perhaps one of the most dangerous conditions that can affect aircraft is ice. Fortunately, NASA researchers have been using a unique facility that can simulate the icing effects on aircraft.
Thanks for the ice. You know, there's nothing like a beverage chilled with ice during a long flight. Inside an airplane, ice is something passengers desire. However, outside an airplane, ice can be dangerous, especially if it forms on the wings or engines. I had the opportunity to speak with Judy Foss Van Zanti at the NASA Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, Ohio. She's researching the effects of icing on aircraft at a unique facility called the Icing Research Tunnel. Researchers at this facility study the formation of ice on the exterior of aircraft. So while flying, the only ice you'll need to worry about is the ice inside your cup.
Well, I'm standing right here in the Icing Research Tunnel. Right here we create on Earth what it's like for an airplane to fly through an icing cloud up there. To do that, we got to make it windy, cold, and wet. Now right now I'm standing in front of the fan. We have the fan to create the wind, and in the test section, which is a much smaller cross-sectional area, we can get winds up to 400 miles per hour. So that's about as fast as a plane might fly through in an icing environment. We create the cold with our heat exchanger, 1,700 ton. It can cool 500 homes. That's how big it is. We can get from 0 Celsius down to about -20, which is where the icing might occur in nature. And we have spray bars. The spray bars is what makes the icing tunnel. We create the rain. We create a mist that the airplane would fly through. Now the thing about the spray bars is the researchers need to control both how much water is in the cloud, the liquid water content we call it, and how big the drop size is. And we have spray bars specially designed to create those conditions. So in our test section, we create what it's like for a plane to fly through an icing cloud.
So why did NASA build an icing research tunnel?
As it turns out, during World War II, the Allies lost more aircraft to icing than enemy fighters. They were trying to fly supplies over the Himalayas. So the Air Corps turned to NACA, that's NASA's predecessor, and asked them to build an icing research tunnel so we could understand what was going on and how to fix the problem.
So what do you test in the icing research tunnel, or the IRT?
What we test in the IRT is what makes sense to test. Now, if you think about it, if you're in an airplane flying through an icing cloud, what surfaces are most critical to keep ice-free? Well, it's the wings, which provide the lift, get you off the ground, and it's the engine inlet, which provides the forward thrust. So we typically can test just those components, just the wing or the engine inlet.
So what happens when ice forms on an airplane's wing? Well, ice can disrupt the airflow over a wing and will eventually cause the airflow to separate. This separation of airflow creates more drag and less lift. If ice continues to form, the wing will no longer produce the appropriate amount of lift needed to keep the airplane in flight. In some cases, ice creates airflow separation over movable parts, like an aileron. This could create handling or control problems, and the plane could suddenly roll.
As the wing is flying through the air, the ice only accumulates around the leading edge. So that's why ice protection systems only wrap around the front part of the wing. The biggest factor in how the ice grows is temperature. So if it's really cold, the water droplet comes in, hits the front part of the wing, and freezes on impact. And you get this nice pointy rime shape. The more dangerous ice comes during warmer conditions, those closer to freezing, where the water comes in, hits the leading edge, and actually runs back a little bit. If that happens, the next droplet might come in, see that droplet that is frozen, and start to grow. So you might get these ram's horns that grow upstream. Now that significantly disrupts your airflow, and that's way off design, and that's very bad.
Judy, tell me a little bit more about the icing protection system. Do all planes have it?
There's what we call an anti-ice system where you don't allow the ice to grow at all. That's if you got a very hot leading edge. You see that in jets. Then there's a de-icing system which has pneumatic boots, that the boots will wrap around that leading edge, they'll inflate and pop the ice off. So you let the ice grow and then you got to get it off. The pneumatic boots are typically what you see with turboprop aircraft.
Does icing affect planes in, say, a warm climate?
Icing occurs everywhere. You've got to be aware of it. I've got a pilot friend who told me the worst icing he encountered was flying from Florida to the Caribbean in July at 16,000 feet. The worst icing he ever saw. But icing really can occur anywhere and any time. One of the things we do here at NASA is to have better designs. So maybe a system that would automatically turn on the ice protection system if a sensor goes up. The short-term solution is to train the pilots and educate them about how to detect icing, how to be aware of it, train them how to get out of the icing environment if and when they need to. Ideally, icing is a non-issue in the future. We're working to get there.
For many of us, fear is the biggest problem when it comes to flying. We thought it may be helpful to present you with some statistics that may or may not be helpful to those of you who are fearful flyers.
First, your chances of being involved in an aircraft accident are approximately 1 in 11 million, while your chances of being killed in an automobile accident are about 1 in 5,000, proving that the most dangerous part of your flight is the drive to the airport.
One last fact. Statistically, you have more of a chance of dying from the food served on board the flight than being involved in an aircraft accident.
Most people who have flown in an airplane have experienced turbulence. NASA is working on new warning systems to help pilots avoid dangerous turbulence. Paula Vaden has more.
If you've ever flown in an airplane, you are probably familiar with turbulence. Even for the most experienced flyers, the sudden, sometimes violent, irregular air motion can be an unsettling experience. In most cases, turbulence is merely an inconvenience that passengers and flight crews must endure. But in cases of severe turbulence, the violent shaking can not only cause serious injury to passengers and crew, it can also be fatal. In an effort to help aircraft avoid turbulence, researchers at NASA are testing new onboard aircraft systems. The Airborne Research Integrated Experiment System, or ARES, uses experimental systems that detect turbulence minutes before an aircraft encounters it. This new system may allow pilots to avoid severe turbulence, making flying safer. I spoke with Neil O'Connor in the Crew Systems branch at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
You can think of turbulence as any phenomenon in the atmosphere that's going to upset the airplane. Changes in wind that can cause the airplane to be disrupted from its normal flight. You can also get turbulence whenever you have wind rushing over the top of a mountain. The leeward side of a mountain can be very turbulent. You can also get turbulence wherever the jet stream is active. There's a high wind speed in the region of the jet stream, but slower right nearby. Thunderstorms can cause turbulence. Everyone knows right nearby the storm, but sometimes even 50 or 100 miles away in the clear air, you can get turbulence from a thunderstorm.
So Neil, how are pilots avoiding severe turbulence now?
For the most part, pilots have several simple options. They listen to the radio to hear if other pilots have already encountered turbulence in that area. So that means somebody's already been hit. They can also look at their onboard radar and try to, based on their experience, can extrapolate what they think might be, but it's not really foolproof. And they can also get a general forecast from the government sources or from their own airline.
There we got some turbulence now. We're about 3 miles short.
Though seldom damaging to modern aircraft, turbulence is the leading cause of in-flight injuries among passengers and flight crews. On average, 58 injuries aboard aircraft are reported each year. 98% of these injuries occur when unsuspecting passengers or crew are unbuckled or out of their seats when an aircraft encounters turbulence. Currently, there are no instruments on board aircraft to detect turbulence before a plane encounters it. NASA researchers hope to change this by incorporating new turbulence radar systems within existing onboard weather radars. With this new radar system in place, researchers hope to provide pilots with enough warning to either avoid the turbulent area or at least give passengers and flight attendants enough time to return to their seats and buckle up.
The radar system itself will just be a software upgrade to the existing wind shear radar that's already on board the airplanes. The beauty of that, of course, is that since it's just an upgrade to an already certified piece of hardware, it should be relatively inexpensive because you're just incrementally changing what's out there already.
So Neil, tell me how exactly this new system is going to work.
The way it'll work for the pilot is that he'll flip a switch that's labeled turbulence, and then he'll have the new software running. It'll be running mostly at cruise altitudes where pilots typically allow people to move around the cabin. It's not a problem when you're climbing or descending because everyone's already strapped in. So if you have a turbulence encounter there, it's not a big issue because everyone's already buckled in. But we want to help make a difference at altitude when you don't always know there's going to be turbulence out there. And this new product will be able to increase the capability of the system and increase the pilot's confidence in the accuracy of the system, leading to a better, safer environment.
Besides radar, is there any other kind of research with turbulence?
Doing other research, both onboard and otherwise. The onboard system is called the In Situ Turbulence Warning System, and that's a system that uses accelerometers on the airplane to measure what the airplane feels at a given moment. That'll be transmitted automatically to all other airplanes in the general area, along with the location. And a receiving airplane will take that data and adapt it to its own size and class of airplane, and then assess whether or not it's a threat to that airplane. And if it's a threat, then it'll tell the pilot. Another way of enhancing what we have now is improving our forecast capability. And that gets into modeling of the weather and other phenomena of the atmosphere, to better understand what the potential is for turbulence.
So Neil, what are your hopes for this project?
Well, the ultimate goal, of course, is to increase the safety and reduce injuries caused by turbulence on the airplane. Right now, it's very easy to prevent injuries when you know you're going to have turbulence. The pilot says, hey, we got to buckle up for a few minutes. Everyone does it, no one gets hurt. But you don't always know the turbulence is coming. So sometimes if you don't know, people are walking around and the plane gets a lurch, someone's going to get hurt. And that happens now. So we know we can make a difference by improving the product.
That's it for this edition of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us at NASA, we'll see you next time.
It's fun to be a good neighbor, so say hi to your new neighbors at the LA Zoo.
And bring Grandpa. They've got a walking buddy for him, too. They've expanded, so there's even more to see and do. Don't wonder who's here, because just for kicks, they've got birds on sticks, ready and waiting to greet the whole family with a smile. A great day is to be had for any child. Just like any good neighbor, they've all put their best foot forward and jumping at the chance to entertain you, listening carefully and on the lookout. They're just hanging around for you. Hey, want to play peekaboo? Whatever you do, make sure Mom and Dad come early, because they're certainly ready to say hi to you. And this invitation comes from your good neighbors here at the LA Zoo.
Hi, this is Carretero Family.
We are from East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights. You're watching Channel 35, our city, our channel.
Can the massive water demands of a self-contained community be environmentally friendly?
Can expanding the number of transportation systems actually help improve air quality?
Can a community's electrical needs be met in an energy-efficient way?
Can world-class airports be innovators and friends of the environment in their use of energy?
Yes.
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 As challenging and complex as these questions truly are, 3 Southern California airports are offering innovative and positive answers through new technologies and a deep commitment to environmental progress. This is the environment of the Los Angeles World Airports that owns and operates 3 major Southern California airports. Los Angeles International Airport is among the busiest commercial airports in the world. LA Ontario International ranks among the top 10 busiest airports in California, and Van Nuys is among the world's top general aviation airports. Los Angeles World Airports, a department of the City of Los Angeles, has been working in partnership with the surrounding communities to address their concerns, mitigate impacts, and enhance the environment. The airports are accomplishing this by using clean fuels, cutting-edge water reclamation techniques, building architecture and design, and protection of fragile wildlife habitats. Without a doubt, air pollution is a fact of life in Southern California, especially in the Los Angeles Basin and the Inland Empire. Granted, it's not a very clear picture, but advances are taking place where the picture and the air are becoming a lot clearer. A significant amount of airport-related pollutants come from ground vehicles. Fortunately, Los Angeles World Airports was quick to recognize this and attack the problem at its source. To help reduce the amount of ground transportation emissions, Los Angeles World Airports began introducing alternative fuel vehicles in the early 1990s. Today, more than 70% of the fleet at LAX is comprised of alternative fuel vehicles, and it is the largest such fleet at any U.S. airport. Buses, shuttles, and other vehicles that run on natural gas burn 99% cleaner than those with diesel or gasoline-operated engines. To reduce emissions even more, these airports implemented a highly successful, award-winning employee rideshare and carpool program. LAX also makes it easier for travelers to leave their cars at home. The LAX Flyaway is an inexpensive non-stop bus service that transports passengers to and from the airport. The service currently operates from several locations throughout Southern California. LAX Flyaway buses serve over 1.5 million passengers annually, removing more than 1 million vehicle trips from local roads and from LAX. At the same time, air pollution and traffic congestion at LA Ontario International Airport have been reduced significantly thanks to this magnificent 15,000 square foot ground transportation facility, where a fleet of alternative fuel courtesy trams have replaced gas-burning car rental vans and shuttle buses. In years past, a high level of air pollutants came from idling aircraft that ran their engines to heat and cool the passenger cabin and to supply electricity to cabin cleaning crews. But the installation of ground power units at nearly every LAX and LA Ontario gate allows pilots to shut off their engines, thus eliminating tons of aircraft pollutants every year. Los Angeles International Airport took the lead in water conservation when it became one of the first properties on LA's west side to irrigate its landscaping and native California plants with recycled water. Through a network of pipes emanating from a nearby water treatment plant, LAX and its surrounding neighborhoods enjoy sizable savings in water consumption, as well as an uninterrupted supply of recycled water to keep grass, flowers, and plants thriving, even during severe drought conditions. Not having enough water is a familiar fact of life in Southern California, but there are times when too much water can be an even bigger problem. Not just to rush hour traffic, but to the vast waters of the Pacific Ocean. However, in a concentrated effort to protect the ocean by reducing storm drain pollution, Los Angeles World Airport's Environmental Services Division has implemented a stormwater pollution prevention program at each of its airports. Throughout the rainy season, airport personnel use strategically placed monitoring stations to observe, collect, and analyze runoff samples. That's to determine if and how much contamination enters the surrounding storm drains. Clearly, protecting and preserving water, one of our most precious natural resources, is an issue that Los Angeles World Airports continues to address in several significant and substantive ways. Despite its heavy energy demands, Los Angeles World Airports has nevertheless made tremendous strides in energy conservation. It has committed to a 25% green power use in all LAX facilities. Green power includes electricity generated by solar, wind, hydropower, biomass, and geothermal sources. The terminals at LA Ontario International Airport, which opened in 1998, were designed and built with energy conservation as a top priority. As a result, the terminal buildings are facing north, and the windows are made with a special energy-efficient glass. Inside, the terminal's ceiling systems are designed to distribute light without radiating heat throughout the building. These features make the airport aesthetically pleasing and comfortable for travelers while being on the cutting edge of green design. LAWA is prioritizing energy conservation and green building practices in all of its airport construction projects. In addition to achieving LEED Silver for the renovation of the international terminal at LAX, environmental performance standards are also incorporated into the new additions to the Bradley International Terminal, the replacement central utility plant, and the airport rescue firefighting facility. Through these efforts, Los Angeles World Airports has succeeded in setting new standards for airports in energy efficiency and environmental design. With the advent of commercial jet aircraft, one of the most obvious and troublesome issues was how best to reduce the noise impact on surrounding neighborhoods. To address this problem, Los Angeles World Airports initiated a strict noise management program that includes a noise monitoring system, construction of airport sound barriers, and development of on-site noise abatement procedures. But these noise management efforts are not confined to the airports alone. In the mid-1980s, Los Angeles World Airports implemented its residential sound insulation program. Almost all of the more than 9,000 single and multifamily residences adjacent to LAX and more than 1,000 at Van Nuys have been soundproofed. The modifications include installation of acoustically rated solid core doors, double-pane windows and air conditioners, as well as acoustic chimney louvers and vent dampers. These measures help reduce aircraft noise inside homes by as much as 50%, giving airport neighbors more comfortable living environments. Another facet of Los Angeles World Airport's commitment to environmental concerns is its recycling program. At Los Angeles International Airport, for example, nearly 21,000 tons of waste is recycled annually and 900 tons are put to other uses. That means more than 2/3 of LAX's solid waste is diverted from landfills each year.
even food can be a prime candidate for recycling. In 2009, LAX tenants reported that over 5,000 pounds of packaged and prepared food from airline caterers are distributed annually to local food banks. Between the western edge of the Pacific Ocean and just below the flight path at Los Angeles International Airport, a rather remarkable ecological success story is evolving on a 200-acre wildlife preserve. Thanks to a visionary and aggressive restoration project implemented by Los Angeles World Airports in the 1980s, these native plants and animals, once destined for extinction, are now alive and well and thriving, including the delicate El Segundo blue butterfly, which was the first insect to be listed as a federal endangered species. Fortunately, Los Angeles World Airports initiated a restoration project that reintroduced and protected the blue butterfly's only food source, the coastal buckwheat plant. As a result, the number of El Segundo blue butterflies has increased from a threatened few to more than 80,000. Not too long ago, coastal development threatened these unspoiled dunes. But thanks to Los Angeles World Airport's commitment to the environment, the LAX Dunes Restoration Project was created, which is one of the largest undeveloped pieces of coastal dune habitats in Southern California. While it may seem a strange place for a wildlife preserve, this tiny corner of nature is living proof of what can be accomplished when dedicated people work in harmony with their environment. A sustainability vision and principles policy adopted by the Board of Airport Commissioners has provided the extra impetus necessary to enable its 3 airports to continue to evolve into the greenest airports in the world. This policy forms the foundation upon which Los Angeles World Airports program is built. And though its environmental journey is far from complete, Los Angeles World Airports is not only taking flight for a greener future, it is also working to preserve it for future generations.
I never dreamed of going into politics. When I was 8 years old, my dream was to go to college, get a great education, and stop the eviction notices that were constantly sent to my house. I'm Graciela Ortiz, a product of LAUSD, an educator, and a public servant. I was born and raised in Board District 5, Huntington Park to be exact. I was raised by a single mother because my father passed away when I was 6 months old. I'm the youngest of 4 and the first in my family to go to college. I come from an LAUSD where only 50% of us graduated from high school. I'm one of the lucky ones. I graduated from high school and attended my dream school, UCLA, where I earned my bachelor's degree in sociology. I started working with children with special needs while going to graduate school at Cal State Long Beach. I earned my master's degree in social work and began my career at LA Unified as a pupil services and attendance counselor. I'm a licensed clinical social worker now, and I have dedicated 12 years to the amazing students of LA Unified, breaking down every possible barrier that impedes them from attending school and being successful. As a counselor and as a city council member, I've dedicated my career to providing opportunities to our children, opportunities that our communities and I never had. My story is the story of so many children in our district. This upcoming election shouldn't be about who has political power behind them. It's about the children in our communities. Our communities need an educational system that teaches our children that it's not if you go to college, it's about when you go to college. We need a system where all our schools are safe, fully funded, and preparing our children to attend the university of their dreams. It's time that we address the educational crisis that has hurt our communities for decades. It's time to elect an educator of today, a daily advocate for children, and a public servant for all. It's time to move forward, not backwards. I'm Graciela Ortiz, and on March 5th, I hope to earn your vote.
Hello, my name is Chamba Sanchez. I have dedicated my entire life to serving those marginalized in our community. I am a former labor union organizer for the Justice for Janitors Union. Currently, I am a professor at LACC, ELAC, and Trade Tech. I am seeking to represent the LAUSD Board of Education District Number 5. Because there is a crisis in our public education. Failing schools are a pipeline to prison. We cannot provide hope and opportunity for our students and poor communities if we don't fix our public schools. I was born in El Salvador. At age 15, I was forced to leave my country due to a bloody civil war. I was one of the first dreamers who came illegally into this country in 1980. I was fortunate to be included in President Reagan's amnesty bill and became a naturalized citizen in the 1990s. Education is very personal for me. It radically changed my life for the better. It was in public education where a better future began for me. I want to use my personal story to inspire immigrants and poor children in this district. I believe every child deserves a quality education, one that affords them a brighter future. As a new LAUSD board member, I will fight for real parental empowerment. Involvement by parents must go beyond simply allowing them to participate on a parent community advisory board or a central committee. They should be given real authority to shape district-level decisions when it comes to the education of their children. I will advocate for the opportunity to allow non-citizen parents to vote in school board races. Yes, empower parents by allowing them to vote regardless of their citizenship status. I will also fight for more resources in adult and early ed, as well as in bilingual instructions. All of these investments are not only beneficial to our children, but also good for the health of our society. For funding, the needs are profound, and the current per-pupil funding is inadequate. As a board member, I will use the powers of the office to bring in more revenue. I will use the ballot box for parcel tax and go to Sacramento and make the case to the legislature for more investment for our students. My name is Chamba Sanchez, and I'm asking you to vote for me for the Board of Education. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allison Bhattacharya, and I am running to be your representative on the LAUSD School Board for District 5 in the March 5th election. As parents, my husband and I send our 7- and 9-year-old to our neighborhood LAUSD school. We've been incredibly lucky to have phenomenal teachers for both of our kids over the last 5 years, and we love the sense of community we have going to our local school. We see our friends at the grocery store, on family walks, at the soccer field. Our kids have thrived at Franklin, in part because they feel safe, and in part because the curriculum has been challenging, and in part because of the arts, music, and extracurriculars our friends of Franklin have made possible because of extensive fundraising. But our neighborhood school is an exception, not the rule for most communities in Los Angeles. We have an equity and outcomes gap in public education, and we have to do better for all students. That is why I'm running for our school board. Our students and our families deserve better. And I know we can do better because I've spent my career working in public education, working to ensure more students have great access to great public schools. I started my career as a high school teacher at a public school in New Orleans. I have worked inside LUSD, and most recently, I served as the Chief Operations and Strategy Officer at a high-performing public school network that served 3,600 mostly Latino, low-income students in an academic and whole child setting. I oversaw our mental health, social-emotional, parent engagement, college success, and operations work. The work we did had our students graduate college at 3 times the rate of low-income students in the country because we used innovation and set high standards for all of our students. To be an effective school board member, one has to understand schools. As a parent and as an educator who has served in many different capacities within the system, I bring a unique set of experiences to this table. And because of this, I can represent all constituents involved effectively, thoughtfully, and with a commitment to excellence, equity, and innovation for every community in Los Angeles. I have the urgency of a parent and the experience of an educator that the board needs to put every student in a position to succeed. I hope to serve as your board member and to work together for all kids in Los Angeles to create a just and more equitable system. Thank you.
Hello, Los Angeles. My name is David Valdez, and I'm proud to be your candidate in the 2019 special election for the position of LAUSD Board of Education representing District 5. I was born and raised in East Los Angeles as the youngest of 7 children in an immigrant family. Growing up, I attended all LAUSD public schools, including Ford Boulevard Elementary, Griffith Junior High, and Garfield High School. I graduated from Yale University and went on to earn a Master's in Fine Arts degree from the American Conservatory Theater in San Francisco. After finishing school, I quickly returned to Los Angeles to be close to my family and to begin a journey of serving the communities that helped shape my life. I have worked for multiple nonprofits, most notably the Weingart East Los Angeles YMCA, where I launched a digital media program for youth. It was during this time that I realized how great of an impact we can have on young people and their paths to success, same as it was for me going through school in LAUSD. I am running for office because I believe that I have the ability to lead a district that is 90% Latino. I have served as one of the LA County Arts Commissioners for 3 years, and it is my background as an artist that I can bring to shed new light on some of the challenges that our school district faces. I have 4 simple points of focus for this campaign. Number 1, I support our teachers. My sister, my sister-in-law, and my niece are all teachers with LAUSD. I fully support them and all of the incredible educators that spend time with our students. They deserve to feel valued, and they deserve to have supportive services such as mental health counselors, nurses, and librarians at all schools. Number 2, cap classroom sizes. We need to ensure a proper student-to-teacher ratio is met so that our teachers can deliver high-quality education at all levels. Number 3, increase California student investment. We need to increase the educational spending on all students throughout the state of California. We all need to work together to reverse this trend by advocating at the state legislature and be adamant about putting California students back on track to success. Number 4, restore arts programs. As an artist, I am invested in revitalizing arts programs at our school.